content. First, let's discuss what the study is about. Well, this study is based on the integrated social media influencers value, that is the SMIV model developed by Liu Wenyon, which examines the effects of influencer marketing on social media by focusing on the advertising value and source credibility and their effect on brand awareness and purchase intentions through the pivotal factor trust in branded post and covariate involvement in influencer following. Let's look over the key concepts in this paper. The SPSS, that is the statistical tool that we have used to analyze the data. The multiple linear regression is the analytical method that we have used. It is a statistical technique used to predict the outcome of variables, multiple, two or more. Influencer marketing, a form of marketing that enables businesses to collaborate with individuals who have a large following. Then purchase intentions, the willingness of a customer to pay or buy something. Involvement, a relation variable that predicts and affects customers' purchase behavior on an individual basis. Perceived trust, an individual's subjective evaluation of quality and reliability of information, product, or person that they are interacting with. Then is exploratory factor analysis, a statistical method used to uncover the underlying structure of a relatively large set of variables. We have categorized our literature review on three bases of our paper, including involvement, perceived trust, and purchase intentions. Upon the review, we found that in the involvement area, involvement predicts and affects customers' purchase behavior. There are four types of involvements: product purchase decision, consumption, advertising involvement, and influence the customer behavior. Involvement theory, customer motivation impacting brand attitude and purchase intention. Advertising response is influenced by involvement level, resulting in high intention and cognitive efforts. In perceived trust, we observe that the trust is a psychological state categorized as cognitive and affective trust, affecting the customer-brand relationship. Source trustworthiness is an e-word of mouth influences customer attitudes towards the product. Trust in influencer positively impacts purchase. Online trust correlates positively with the purchase intentions. Now, in purchase intentions, social media influencers impact increased purchase intention for advertised brands. Purchase intentions is a conscious planning process preceding purchase behavior. Social media plays a crucial role in the evaluation process of consumer purchase process. Hypotheses in this paper are: involvement in Instagram influencer following positively impacts customer purchase intention. The second is perceived trust in Instagram's influencer brand related concept positively affects customers' purchase intention. As we did the research, we observed some gaps in the research. I'll state the following. There is a notable gap in the literature regarding the direct effect of involvement in Instagram influencer following and perceived trust in the Instagram's influencer brand related content on customers' purchase intention, especially within the context of a specific social network. Despite the growing interest in understanding the influence of influencer marketing on consumer behavior, this specific aspect remains underexplored. With a purpose to determine the impact of involvement in Instagram influencer following and perceived trust in Instagram following, brands related content to customers' purchase intention. This study aims to fill the gap due to lack of research, as known by the authors, by investigating involvement level and perceived trust and how they affect the customer's behavior intention. The research methodology is here as: the analysis method that we have used is multiple linear regression, and we have used the SPSS software by IBM for the following. The sample collection is non-probabilistic, and from the responses 126, we have selected 76 responses. The sample size exceeds the recommended minimum level of at least 5 times the number of variables to be analyzed as per here. Guidelines. Demographics. Predominantly, female respondents were 73.8%, students being 42.5% with an average age of 20 years. The average daily Instagram usage, 1.5 to 2 hours, with 44 posting at least once a week. Geographically, the data was collected from Delhi and the NCR region. The measurement scales were used: Likert scale, assessed respondents' agreement with the statements of Instagram and user involvement. 12 7-point semantic differential scales measured perceived trust in influencers' brand content. Likert scale 1 to 7 gauged the respondents' agreement with statements on purchase intention, Adaptem from Rebola 2017 and Lu and Yon from 2019. The data analysis and interpretation, the scale's reliability. Kornbrach alpha's coefficient were calculated for involvement, which came out to be 0.931. For perceived trust, it was 0.937, and purchase intention, it was 0.932, indicating high internal reliability. For construct validity, exploratory factors, the EFA, with the principal component analysis and Verimax rotation, confirm the factors as conceptualized in the literature. Kaiser-Meyer-Olkin value to 0.860 exceeded the recommending threshold of 0.5. The factor loadings, Bartlett's test of sphericity yielded a significant p-value, that is 0.05 less than, with a factor loading above the recommended threshold of 0.5. Variance explained. Three factors: involvement, perceived trust, and purchase intention explain 70.57% of variance, with all items retained in the EFA model without deletion. The factor analysis method: for the perceived trust, we have the factor like sincere, reliable, reasonable, credible, authentic, convincing, conclusive, genuine, honest, trustworthy, ethical, and unquestionable. As we can see, the data is quite suggestive and it is all above 0.5. This is about the questionnaire that we used. And again, in this, all the values are above 0.5, which suggests that the data is reliable. Then the multiple linear regression, we use the formula y beta naught plus beta 1 x1 plus beta 2 x2 plus the error, where y shows the purchase intention, x1 is the involvement, and x2 perceived trust. Assumptions that we checked: normality, linearity, and homoscedasticity visually confirmed, multicolority absent, VIF and tolerance values within acceptable thresholds. Durbin and Watson test value 2.149 indicates no autocorrelation. Model significance: the statistically significant F-test p-value from 0.00 less than 0.05. Coefficient of determination R square that we used 0.312, adjusted R square 0.294. The results that we found: analyzing the p-values for each of the independent variables in the model, we can confirm that both the hypotheses H1 and H2, since both p-values involved p-value 0.048 and perceived trust p-value 0.000, are less than the significance value level, that is 0.05. Accordingly, we can conclude that the involvement in Instagram influencers following and perceived trust in Instagram's influencers' brand-related content positively affects customers' purchase intentions. The findings and the discussions were as: both involvement in Instagram's influencer following and perceived trust in influencers' brand content positively affects purchase intention. Social media users tend to consider the brand or product during the mental phase of the buying decision process when they perceived influencer-generated content as trustworthy. Increased involvement in the following preferred influences correlates with a greater intention to purchase advertised products or brands. Previous research also supports the positive effects of trust and involvement on purchase intentions. The practical and theoretical implication of the paper. The theoretical contributions. This study not only enriches the literature but also fills up the gaps that are persistent in the existing known authors' research. For practical implications, marketing practitioners can leverage these findings to guide their brand activities, collaborating with influencers on Instagram, especially those aligned with brand's expertise and possessing a solid active follower base. Trust in influencer-generated content can position brands favorably in the eyes of a social media users, leading to increased acceptance and intention to purchase. We come to the conclusion. Involvement in Instagram influencer following and perceived trust in influencers' brand content positively influence purchase intention. The study contributes to the scientific community by providing insights to the Instagram influencer marketing effect on purchase intention. Marketing practitioners should prioritize collaboration with influencers on Instagram, focusing on those with expertise aligned with the brand and a substantial active follower base. Trust in influencer generated content plays a crucial role in shaping consumer attitudes and purchase intentions, highlighting the significance of authenticity and credibility in influencer marketing strategies. The limitations and the future scope of the paper. The study holds significance for both the scientific community and the marketing practitioners. However, it is subject to several limitations, which also serve as a recommendation for future research. Excuse me. Firstly, the research alliance on a sample from one country hampers the generalization of the findings. As we mentioned, it is non-probabilistic. Future studies should employ samples from various countries using probability theory for sampling instead of purposive sampling. Additional exploring Instagram users' preferences for type of influencers based on their involvement levels would be valuable. This insight could inform marketing strategies, allowing brands to collaborate with influencers in areas of high users' interest to maximize their marketing outcomes. Thank you. The presenters are Arnav Kumar, Shwetananda ma'am, Dr. Vivek Kumar, Dr. PK sir, and Colonel Shalal Khatta sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Arnav. Nice presentation and research work. I would like to ask that you are building this on the basis of certain studies which you mentioned in your results also.
Yes, sir.
That so what is the novel thing which you have done? Because the studies which you showed, they were actually doing the same thing in terms of that there is means if you evaluate the intention, then purchase it will translate into the purchase.
Hmm.
Okay, so what extra you have done?
Thank you, sir, for the question. I'd like to answer in this way. In our research, we have even more solidified this intention, like with positive purchase decisions, with the involvement and the trust in the influencers, do help us in making a purchase more often and more clear. And as I mentioned, that there are gaps in the researches that we have, I feel positively filled with our research and our part into the theory.
One extra question is that when you are doing such type of research, so Instagram is very big space. You cannot actually take the whole space. So you have to segregate or classify that I have to target only this type of sector or this type of influencers. For example, you can take wellness and health related influencers, you can take sports related, or you can take motivational. So then it will become little bit more specific study to the target audience. Okay. So that is my suggestion. And means that is from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your suggestion, sir. Duly noted.
Thank you, Arnav. And since you are studying this subject, it looks that you took an extra effort to work on the research area as well, for which I appreciate. I just have one quick question that because you people are more on Insta than I would be. So my question is that in one of the last limitation, you said the authenticity. One that one of the influencer had a very good following and he also writes good brand related content. But how do you, are there some tools? How do you check the authenticity of the content they are writing, which is related to the brand?
Thank you so much for the question, ma'am. As we talk about the authenticity of the content, the platforms like Instagram often keep on doing the research work on the topics that have been shared on the platform. And there is also option to report the content which you feel might be harmful for the society. Having said that, authenticity is a matter of how you perceive things. So I feel it is more on the individual. If I do not have my sources generated, and if I don't check the information before spreading it, I feel any source can be viable to not authentic information. So I feel on our part, we should also first verify the information, then convey it furthermore. While saying that, the platforms like Instagram and Facebook, they do are diligently working on stopping the spread of false informations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
If you are interested in Instagram research and marketing and digitalization, so I have recently accepted paper on Instagram in which the work is that how do you quantify the influence of Instagram influencers in a particular domain, so that you, for the people who are going for the marketing purpose, they can optimize their resources, that which is the best suitable influencer in their category, so that they can easily identify that person. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
I would like to call paper ID 4, Zoo of Chain, a system to identify the chemical indicators of water with unknown surface vehicle.
Good morning, everyone.
And
Am I audible?
5 minutes for presentation and 3 minutes for Q&A. And we will end 5 minutes for presentation. Okay.
May I know, is my screen visible?
Yes, when your
I'm
screen
sharing.
is visible.
Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Zofisha. I am a research scholar from Jamia Hamdard. And today, my topic, which I'm going to present here, is a system to identify the chemical indicators of water with unmanned surface vehicle. I am a research scholar, and my guide is Dr. Shireen Zafar and Safdar Tanveer. And this is the abstract. This is the line of the index. Now, coming to the topic, the protection of water quality is an essential component of planning, control, preventive action that must be taken to reduce the pollution of the water and deterioration of aquatic habitats. Monitoring of water quality on a constant basis is an essential activity that contributes to keeping the track of the hydrological particulars of any body of water. Many surviving systems and methods have been shown to be ineffective in achieving the same purpose. And only a small handful and other conventional methods have shown remarkable outcomes that has helped to reinstate and keep up the water sources from piles of nutrients and organic composites that causes quality degeneration. However, the figures that are collected from all the corners of the world suggest that in an immediate demand for an upgrade in the monitoring system for the water quality. So the paper which I am going to present, or the idea which I am going to present, is how we can present or how we can monitor the water quality of any water body, and how is it beneficial, and what are the benefits of if we regularly keep checking on the water quality of the water body. there are many, when I'm coming to the available methods, there are many methods which I have gathered from going through the research papers. Some are manual methods, or some are electronic sensors methods. So I'll just come to the into the next phase of the paper. But right now, I just wanted to want to tell that based on the findings of the survey, the concept present here entails the suggestion of a unique system that I want to create, that is able to maintain the tabs of the quality of water, hence assisting the ongoing pollution control trends. In addition, the hydrological quality information that is collected by the same system contains fewer mistakes in comparison to the results that are previously obtained from other approaches. The development of technologies in earlier age, such as USVs, that is unmanned surface vehicles, data analysis, and the Internet of Things and machine learning, made it possible us to monitor the water quality without having to put up a large network of sensor nodes, which would be prohibitively expensive. In this paper, a methodological approach is suggested.
Can you please complete methods used and conclusion, because we have short of time. You have only got 5 minutes for a presentation.
Can you please come again?
When you have 5 minutes for your presentation, can you please
Okay.
go to method use and conclusion?
Okay. These are few of the research gaps. I'm not going to the introduction then, but just a few points I would like to make in the introduction. Currently, we are using the manual methods. Okay, the manual methods are basically, they are typically they are done by the humans, and in manual methods, the sampling of the water from a variety of location and the depths are still, it is a standard method. Multiple locations around the body of the water are monitored by the electronic sensors also. Neither these approaches are extensively expensive and labor intensive.
Yeah, please directly come to the results.
Okay.
Please show the experimental result and explain and conclude the presentation.
Okay. The literature review and the research gaps, there are the, I'll just tell the research gaps. Manual methods which are used,
The research
they are
gap, directly come to the results. Okay, please.
these are the, okay sir, this is the proposed methodology in which I have tried to build up a navigation unit, a data collection unit, and a power supply unit. In the navigation unit, I'll make a manual board in which the localized sensors are used, and here they will and then in the data collection and the IoT sensors, they will sense the data. They will sense the sensors will be there for the turbidity of water, for the DO of the water, that is dissolved oxygen and everything, chloride, how much chlorine is present, and that data which is collected, that will be sensed by the board with the sensors. It will be collected, and then it will be given to the cloud, or it will be stored locally, and then from that cloud the data collected, and then ML I will use, machine learning I will use from the obtained data. And from that machine learning, we can predict the quality of the water, we can optimize water quality distribution, and this is the result and the discussion. Machine learning typically is the vast quality of water, obtaining sufficient data with pinpoint accuracy in water treatment and management system, as the condition in the real water treatment and management systems can be extremely complicated. Current machine learning approaches can be applied to specific systems. And my conclusion and future work is to overcome, to put on more advanced sensors, including flexible sensors, should be developed and implemented in water quality monitoring in order to capture data and sufficient precision to facilitate the application of machine learning techniques. Versatile talent should be trained to develop more advanced machine learning techniques and implement them in engineering practices. These are few of the references. Thank you.
Thank you. So, my question is very simple. Can you specify what is the contribution of your research work?
Sir, please, sir, I'm not able to hear properly. I don't know why.
Now I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
My question is, what is the contribution of your research work?
Sir, this is the first step to my research work. I have first found out the gaps of what are the gaps in the current process which is going for the collection of the water, and how we can control them. These are the gaps and my findings, and from that gap I will try to build a system. I will try to produce a system or develop a technology, or I would like to suggest a methodological approach. I will suggest a methodological approach from which we can collect the data in the real time also, and then from that collected data, we will apply machine learning and then predict the quality of water.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have paper ID 15, paper name study on conversational AI chatbots, customer experience and recommend. Authors are Puneet Bhatnagar and Anupam Raje.
Dr. Anupama Rajesh, yeah, she's the.
You have only 5 minutes for your presentation.
Sure, give me a minute. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's visible.
Good. So starting and in the interest of the time, the topic of the study is the study on conversational AI chatbots, customer experience and intention to recommend. The objective is to identify the variables that impact the conversational AI chatbots to improve the usage of AI chatbots on the banking website. Most of the users that we have in India prefer to have conversation on the phone or a chat, but there are also conversational AI chatbots which recommend and suggest the solutions. What are chatbot? Chatbot are software application that use AI and natural language processing to understand what a human wants and guide them to the desired outcome with a little work for the end user. It's like a virtual assistant for your customer experience touchpoint. It is well designed, and a built chatbot will have existing conversation data to understand the type of questions people ask, analyze correct answers to these questions through a training period. It's use the machine learning and the NLP to learn context and continually get better at answering those questions in the future. There are multiple chatbots that have been in available right now. One of them is the rule-based chatbot, which works with a greeting. Visitor select the response. You get an email. You schedule a meeting. You talk to a sales. Also, you have a sales support qualifying question where you select the visitor and then you look for article. It directs you to a blog page or a web page. But today, the AI chatbots, how it works, it reduces these steps in between the final outcome and what the customer need is. It analyzes the user's request, identifies the intent and entities, and just compose a reply which has the solution as well as the relevant literature to it and feedback to the users. Chatbots in Indian banking have been now actively used, and banks require chatbots for digital transformation, even saving the cost for their call centers because the calls which they are receiving are not for high values but more of inquiries which can be addressed through chatbots. Technology plays a pivotal role in facilitating effective digital transformation. The exponential expansion of technology, including AI, has caused significant disruption. The challenge that banks currently face, in spite of having an AI chatbot, the usage is not up to the mark. A lot of literature and previous studies have identified this gap, and through this study and
Please,
literature, sorry,
please directly come to the research problem and the experiment and show your results.
sure, sir. I'm just giving a minute. These are the chatbots that we have
Yeah,
studied
we
in, and
understand these things. Directly come to the research problem and show your results.
okay. So we created a conceptual model which is the based on the AI features, functional level, and psychological level. We developed the hypothesis for individual. The total hypothesis were 10, and we um, used the PLS SCM and the convenience sampling to collect the data. We collected about 450 samples. The sample was much above the expectation to use the G-Power software. We identify the customer demographic. We had 53% male and 47% females. We use the funnel locker discriminant validity. We applied all the required measurement scales and the structured modeling, and this was our model scale, measurement scale, and item. Coming to the data analysis, this was the outcome of the data that we receive and the PLS SCM that we run. We had 67.3% the R square value for online customer experience, and 63.4% for intention to recommend. All the hypothesis was significant. We also did the IPMA analysis and identified uh, the most important variable as important as I perceive anthropism, personalization, and perceived intelligence as the most important factors. Uh, Discussion and conclusion, the study identified these variables, which are the most positive predictor for online customer experience. Perceived control has also emerged as a crucial factor influencing the customer intention to recommend. The finding also highlighted the persistence preference for human interaction in complex service scenario. It has a theoretical implication which address not only the AI chatbot studies, but also the customer experience, but also address multiple few research gaps. From a manager implication, this study in a strategic pathway for AI-enabled banking. Manager must prioritize on the development of chatbots, focusing on these variables like perceived enthusiasm, perceived intelligence for chatbots, which bank can simulate and more humanized interaction and trust can be built. Um, Further, the study advocates a personalized and convenient chatbot interaction, which can significantly elevate customer engagement. Also, the design and operation of AI and banks can create seamless and secure online banking through AI chatbots.
Thank you, Puneet. I have one question. What is the limitation of your research and how
Uh,
visualizing it to?
So the limitation is that this study has been focused only on the India context, and we use the convenience sampling as a second one. So giving a context from a global perspective, people need to take consider this gap. That is one. Second, again, future study can broaden from a cross-functional project, and also we focused on the uh, common users. The further studies can be done, especially on the Gen Y and Z, because they are the most users. They are technological savvy, and those two particular cohorts can be studied on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All providing 123 big data analytics by Ashutosh Bhushan.
Unmute করতে হবে screen. Mic off করো ভাই। আসসালামু আলাইকুম। হুম।
Can you please stop sharing your
হ্যালো। দেখা যাইতেছে না? Is it not showing?
Focus. PPT नीचे बढ़िया.
You'll get only 4 minutes for your presentation and 2 minutes for Q&A.
So, thank you for this opportunity. A very good morning to ladies and gentlemen present here. I'm Ashutosh Bhushan from BD International. So,
Ashutosh?
Yeah.
Kindly discuss your what you have done.
yeah, sure. Just
So this is very wide field.
let's go by big data analytics. So it is we all know it is used in corporate world, business world, banking, etc., even in defense. So the thing is, like there are many statistics. Okay. So
Directly come to the core part of your research problem and experiment you have done. Directly come.
Okay.
We understand everything.
Okay. Yeah, so basically the thing is, when we talk about statistical analysis, the statistical techniques and methods, well, there are too many things.
What, can you explain what you have done in this paper?
Okay. In this research paper, I have arranged a few including from factor analysis, cluster, descriptive, mean, median, mode, everything. I have arranged a sequence which can be used. Like in general, it can be used for almost any type of data. Like even if you get too much big data for defense, whether it's crime rates, anything, you can use some tools and you can use these kinds of things rather than just hunting for like what sort of technique to be used. It's a preferred thing. Like it can be used. Okay, so starting from descriptive, it is given that it includes mean, median, mode graph.
These things are actually tools. We already know these things.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we are asking that where you have applied these tools, directly come to that part.
Mm.
To a specific problem which we have to.
Well, specific problem. Yeah, the thing is, the specific problem solved. Yeah, yeah. So the specific problem being solved is giving a sequential order, like what sort of basic techniques can be used for almost any sort of big data. This is the problem being solved here.
Can you ask, can you give, can you tell us what is big data? Define big data.
Big data, the large data set any sort of organization gives to its employees.
Define large. What is large?
Large means diverse data, and that too not in an organized way. It is very sort of raw data. We have to first collect and then organize it into tabular format, and then this is the thing. So a formal procedure, which is the problem being discussed here.
Taking.
Yeah, yeah.
So that can be different for you and different for me, but definition cannot be different. It is universalized.
Yeah, sure.
So I asking in that term, how do you define that a data is big data and this data is not big data? What is the specific feature of the big data?
Specific feature of big data is it cannot be analyzed using simple terms. You have to basically depend upon some complex things.
Again, what is
Yeah.
simple and what is complex?
Simple is like you can use the basic things like calculating mean, median, mode, and just analyzing it. And complex is like using specialized tools like MATLAB and R and Python for such analysis. Regression analysis. It's the calculation of dependency of like one the correlation between, right? Correlation. No, no, it's not the same. Suppose we have data of set one and data set two. Data set one depends on data set. Any change in the two, then the one also changes. This kind of thing. Correlation is the degree of that change, and regression is whether we can find out there is a change, there is a dependency or not. Like whether it's there and how much is there. This is the thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have paper ID 22, paper name Towards Secure Democracy, a hybrid blockchain enabled secure and scalable system with sharing and post-quantum cryptography. Authors are Mr. Rahat Sohail Ahmed, Mr. Nishant Tasneen, and Partho Gosil.
um, ভাই আরেকজন হয়েছে মিউট করো Yeah. Good evening.
Excuse me, ma'am, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This is Nishat Tasni. The name of our paper is Towards Secure Democracy, a hybrid blockchain-enabled secure and scalable e-voting system with sharding and post-quantum cryptography. In a world where every vote holds the power to shape our future, ensuring the security and verifiability of each ballot is paramount. However, conducting free and fair election remains a significant challenge, particularly where reliable voting systems are lacking. Traditional method. This is the contents follows of our research paper. Traditional methods of voting. Traditional methods like paper ballots are often plugged by security vulnerabilities, leaving them susceptible to maintain manipulation and fraud. While biometric EVMs have offered some improvements, concerns regarding transparency, cyber attacks, and vulnerability continue to erode public trust. The need of a secure, transparent, and scalable solution is undeniable. A blockchain-based e-voting system, with its immutable and auditable nature, holds immense potential to address these critical issues and pave the way for a more secure, efficient electoral process. Previous e-voting attempts with cryptocurrencies faced scalability limitations, so sharding and post-quantum cryptography offer a promising solution. Sharding for parallel processing and post-quantum cryptography for future-proof security. Now, can blockchain revolutionize e-voting? Yes, if we can prevent issues such as double voting, guarantee tamper-proof and auditable double counting, propose a scalable high-performance system that adheres to regulations, mitigate threats from emerging technologies like quantum computers, we definitely can revolutionize this sector. This e-voting system introduced the hierarchical authoritative consensus model paired with an optimized polling station-based sharding mechanism to minimize redundant data. It utilizes scripting approach, offering greater efficiency and flexibility compared to traditional smart contracts in e-voting. Additionally, post-quantum cryptography safeguards against future attacks from quantum computers, while multi-party computation ensures voters' privacy and prevents double voting through secure tokens. 7. The proposed methodology. Our research proposes a novel hybrid blockchain architecture merging the security of private chains with the transparency of public chains, effectively resolving both security and transparency issues. Furthermore, we introduce a specifically optimized post-quantum cryptography method for e-voting, significantly enhancing both efficiency and security. The proposed architecture resembles a three-layered system. The first layer accommodates participants like voters, polling officers, and returning officer panel. The core functionalities, including the consensus algorithm, ballot tuning unit, and sharing mechanism, reside in the middle layer. Finally, the outmost layer facilitates communication with the external entities like the KMS server, token server, and NID server. MPC token generation system works as follows. The voter information goes through a splitting algorithm that creates a multiple secret shares. These shares are then computed with using a set of instructions. Then computed shares are combined into a secret token. These tokens are then used to account spent votes. This system implements efficient data distribution through dynamic shard creation and adjustment via shard reconfiguration. Additionally, a lookup table ensures swift data retrieval by instantly mapping categories to their designated shards of corresponding nodes. Furthermore, category-based sharding optimizes performance and availability by dedicating storage to specific data categories and subcategories. The use technologies to implement in the proposed voting system. This blockchain-based e-voting system has been developed from scratch. This system utilizes a secure cross-platform distributed ledger with the protocol buffer. It employs advanced cryptography and tokenization such as hash, asymmetric encryption, and JK proof to ensure data integrity, prevent double voting, and protect voter privacy. Scalability and efficiency are achieved through optimized storage, lookup mechanisms, and REST API backend. Additionally, decentralized communication and sharing are facilitated for performance. Now, if you observe the result part,
Please wind up your presentation.
Yeah.
Please wind up your presentation.
sorry. Yes.
Yeah, please conclude.
হ্যাঁ
I
conclude করতে
have
বলছিলেন
only 3
রেজাল্টটা
slides left, so I'll be ending this very soon. Thank you, sir. Now, if we observe the result part, multiple figures are presented that we have tested so far. From the A and T graph, block modularity is significantly faster than its counterpart and 40% increase in performance. From the B and E graph, it's seen that post-quantum cryptography dilithium-3 performance is almost comparable to its conventional counterpart, only differs up to 5%. In conclusion, this study proposes in conclusion, this study proposes a hybrid blockchain architecture for e-voting, leveraging post-quantum cryptography to secure against future quantum attacks besides overcoming scalability and decentralization challenges. This architecture has achieved 105 TPS with just 5 nodes. Overall, this proposed study significantly surpasses existing blockchain-based system. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I have finished.
Okay, thank you.
Any question? This is the references of for our papers. And any question?
Am I audible?
Yes.
I have a simple question. You are saying that you are this system for quantum graphy. So what are the challenges of post quantum cryptography?
Sir, can you repeat the question? For some
What
errors, I'm not unable to
quantum
hear you.
cryptography? My question is clear.
Dilithium 3, our yeah, Dilithium 3.
What are the challenges of post quantum cryptography?
Sir, we use Dilithium 3 post-quantum cryptography. I'm unable to hear the questions rightly.
Thank you, ma'am.
For the data validation and data authorization, we have been used the dilithium-3, the post-quantum cryptography, asymmetric algorithm that is NIST 4 certified for, and these deterrents against the quantum computer attacks for the system. I guess our network is.
Moving on. Next, we have paper ID 122, paper name Modeling the Impact of Advertising and Quality Based Goodwill Under Dynamic Conditions. Author are Dr. Kuldeep Chaudhary.
Okay. Good morning, all of you, and myself, Dr. Kuldeep Chaudhary, and my paper title is Modeling the Impact of Advertising and Quality-Based Goodwill Under Dynamic Condition. In this paper, we have actually developed a optimal control theoretic model, and we obtain optimal advertising policies. But in this case, what is the actually extension? We have I will come to the model development because we have limited time. We have only 5 minutes. So in this case, we assume that actually goodwill is based on quality also. In the previous cases, we have narrow arrow model. In that case, goodwill is increased by the advertising expenditure and depreciate over time. But goodwill can be increased by using the quality of the product. In that case, we assume that evolution of goodwill is increased by the investment in innovation, and then there's a depreciation or decay in the quality of goodwill. And then we have a goodwill dynamics, means evolution of stock of goodwill. In this case, increased by the advertising. We will do the advertising for a particular brand or form. In that case, there's an increment in a goodwill. And then the qualities also have an effect on a goodwill. So there is a increment in a goodwill increase by the advertising and quality of the product, and there's a depreciation in a goodwill. And then we define a demand function, sales rate. In that case, we have a fixed demand. In this case, is denoted by the parameter A, and obviously if price will increase, so there's a negative effect on demand. So that is the reason we have negative sign over there, a minus A1 PT, and then increase by the goodwill. So then equation 3 represent the sales rate of a function. And then obviously we are talking about in case of the profit maximization problem. So we have to maximize the present value of the profit. In this case, we have E minus RT. This term actually denote the present value of the profit. So here, this equation number 4 represent the profit, and here phi UT and phi WT. In this case, these two functions actually represent the advertising cost, and this one is actually quality investment cost. So then it overall actually is a profit, and then finally by using a problem, optimal control theory problem, and objective in this case, we have to find out what is the best advertising policy so that we have a maximum profit our planning period in a finite time horizon. So then in this case, we use a maximum principle. We know that we use optimum control theory when the system is dynamical system, means that there's a change over the time. In case of dynamic conditions, we use optimum control theory approach. And by using maximum principle, we construct a Hamiltonian function. And by using necessary conditions, maximum principle necessary conditions, we obtain equation number 8 to 12. And by using these necessary conditions, we obtain optimal price policy, denoted by equation 13, and optimal advertising, and optimal quality investment. In this case is given by equation number 3, 13, 14, and 15. And then we, by using equation 11 and 12 is a adjoint equation, we obtain the explicit form of the adjoint variable. This is actually we obtain explicit form. And then we have seen that actually is a decreasing function. If we plot the graph in numerical section, I will discuss with you, it's actually is decreasing. And then by using these adjoint variable, we substitute these values in equation number 13, 14, and 15. So we obtain a explicit form of the optimal advertising and optimal investment effort policy. And then by using the values of the parameter, we can say use hypothetical values, but we can estimate the values of the parameter with the existing sales data, and we can use these values of the parameter over there, and then we obtain the explicit form of the advertising policies and advertising investment policies. So if we use these set of values, we assume that there are 3 market, and then we assume these parameters. It's a hypothetical data. This is not actually actual data, but we can estimate the values of the parameter with the actual data set, and then we can write these set of the values in a table. So then we can clearly observe that for the 3 markets, we have adjoint variable. So in this case, we can clearly observe here the value is change over time, and here the goodwill actually graph 2 is the optimal goodwill level. We can also plot the graph of the optimal advertising policies and optimal quality investment over the time. But here we have 2 graphs only of optimal goodwill level. So we can clearly observe that the value of the goodwill actually increase under the optimal advertising and optimal quality level. In that case, what is the conclusion? In first thing, we have actually the dynamic optimal control theory problem. So then in this case, we use advertising and quality based goodwill. In the previous models, we have seen that actually goodwill is depend upon the advertising, but in that case, we use quality also. In a reality, is true. Quality is also actually increase the goodwill. Then next, we use maximum principle to obtain the explicit form of the advertising policies, and then by using numerical illustration, we can clearly observe that from the theoretical part and from the numerical analysis, we have seen that there's a clear interrelations here. There's a relationship. We have seen that in the theoretical part is goodwill is increasing, but in a numerical part is goodwill is also increasing. We have used the following references in this research article. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call paper ID 32, Mukesh Yadav. Designing
Yes, hello, hi.
also for real-time lab is anomaly detection in network security.
Is my screen visible? Okay, awesome.
Yes.
Right. Hello, everyone. My name is Mukesh Yadav, and my paper ID is 23, and I'll be presenting on the topic designing new parser for real-time log-based anomaly detection in network security under the guidance of Dr. Dhirendra Mishra. The agenda goes ahead with introduction with the problem statement, the research objective, and literature survey conducted, proposed methodology, implementation. Yes.
Directly come to the specific research problem. Is this research work action?
Okay, all right. All right.
So your results are explained.
Yes, yes. Just to mention, the proposed methodology idea has been published in previous papers. So this is the implementation and the results. So I'll come ahead. This is the data set which I have collected from across various network devices, and I have across 3 lakhs of data and with different log formats of data. And coming ahead, the main focus has been on the log parsing for network threat identification, and compared against with various algorithms. So in the log parsing results, I had used regex for creating the regular expression for creating the parser. In this, the threat validation, I had tested on whatever the data I have obtained. I have tested with the existing IOCs and obtained that I'm receiving the threat identified. I've conducted various tests for finding the anomaly in the logs. So for sample running, the total number of anomalies detected and total number of generic logs. Proposed passes, the observation has been that I'll be able to see that while updating the parser, the new parser, I'll be able to see at par differences by using the regular expression. Here, the existing I'd used Greylog, and I've used K-mean snake-based.
Please conclude your work short of time.
Okay, all right. So anomaly detected with the proposed algorithm is giving a good performance percentage and the count of anomalies on figure number 3. And in the results, I would like to say that without the proposed parser, the count of anomalies which were detected for various algorithms were along with the timestamp which I've received had lesser accuracy. By using the proposed parser, I had received a good amount of changes. By looking at the anomaly detection accuracy with the existing and the proposed parsers, so I've got at least from 49.03 to 51.19%. So this is for the proposed parser as compared to the existing. This is going to be help in automation for reducing the load of the security analyst and increasing the efficiency and the accuracy. What I have obtained from the result is that this is for the real-time logs which I have recorded and then applied the proposed algorithm and the proposed parser. I have received a good amount of percentage increase, and there were classified logs and unclassified logs also. The uniqueness here that I've worked with the real-time log database, and along with the existing parser, I have gotten some amount of percentage in increase in the proposed. So in the future, what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on the behavior analysis of the logs. Along with this, just would like to show you, if you can see on the screen. So these are the list of different devices and device type integration which I have taken. And along with that, I have the main uniqueness is the different integrations: JSON, syslog, leaf, syslog, events, mixed category of logs I've done. Yes.
Thank you, INBUSH, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to call paper ID 27, empirical validation of proposed deep learning model for defect prediction.
Yes.
And Ankita.
Yes, correct. Can you come again, please? I think I'm do not hear.
Coach, your presentation is over.
All right. Shall I stop sharing my screen? Yes. Okay. Thank you. If any questions, please go ahead.
No. No
Okay.
questions.
Thank you.
Ankita was first, Ankita Princess. Moving on to next. Paper ID 40, invention world detection, the role of deep learning and feature engineering. Shweta Singh.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm sharing my. Sir, I'm sharing. Paper ID 27.
27. Can I present after this?
Yes, I have shared my screen, sir.
Is this Shweta Singh?
Yes, sir. I'm Shweta Singh.
Let us start. You will only get 4 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Directly come to the research problem and methodology and explain your results.
Okay, sir. Okay. I just want to describe. I am Shweta Singh. I am PhD scholar and I am pursuing PhD from Amity University, Greater Noida campus, sir. And my guide name is Dr. Smita Sharma, and my co-guide is Dr. Deepak Kumar Verma. My research topic is, just a second, sir. My research topic is enhancing ransomware detection efficiency using hybrid approach, integrated deep learning, and feature engineering technique. Sir, this is basically a paper in which we have we have collected the data. We have done the literature review from many papers. Ransomware attack have become a significant concern in the field of cybersecurity, and its potential to cause severe damage to individual organization.
Directly come to the research methodology.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Your results. We understand these backgrounds. Don't worry.
Okay, sir. Sir, these are the different kind of ransomware attacks which we have collected from the different papers, because this is a review paper, sir. We just review what are the basic technology are using for ransomware detection. So these are the attacks which we have collected from the different papers, like ransomware hive attack year is 2023, Clop ransomware attack is 2023, dark side 2022. These are the different type of attack. This is my literature review work starting from the year 2023, from the 2016. I have collected the paper from 2023 up to 2016. in which we have identified the research gap. There is no research has been identified in the context of deep learning. In my research, I am using the deep learning algorithm in coming papers. This is my problem statement, sir. Motivation of research to study the working of ransomware attack and its effects, to create new approach to detect the ransomware attack, to protect the network, to create a new approach to recover or mitigate from ransomware attack. This is the motivation, and proposed solution in which we will take the combined approach of deep learning and feature engineering techniques. These are the different results which we have collected from different reviewer, different papers. So these are the results.
Thank you. I have one simple question. What is feature engineering and what is deep learning?
So basically, deep learning is a method in which we use the different type of neural network, in which if we compare to the machine learning algorithm, we can say deep learning algorithms are very much complex and very much provide the accurate result. And feature engineering is a basically a technique in which we extract the useful feature. We remove the missing data, we analyze the missing data, and we use the exploratory analysis by which we provide the exact data to our model so that it will provide the accurate result.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Coming back to paper ID 27.
Yes, I'm sharing it. Just a second, sir.
Empirical validation of approach for prediction.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm sharing.
You'll get 2 minutes for your presentation. Time.
Yes, sir. Just a second. Sir, is it?
No, it's not visible. Please share your screen.
So I have shared it. Is it visible now, sir?
That's visible.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Oshina Vashisht, and I'm from Netaji Subhash University of Technology, Delhi. I'm here to present my paper, Empirical Validation of Proposed Deep Learning Models for Defect Prediction. So I'll be covering these content in my slide: introduction, problem, objective, results, discussion, and conclusion. So introduction, as you know,
Directly come to the research methodology and explain your results. We understand this concept. Do not worry. Yeah.
So in my research, I have used the data set NASA Promise repository. In that, I have used 5 data set: KC1, KC2, CM1, PC1, and JM1. On that, I have performed. I have applied my models, deep learning models. For the performance evaluation metrics, I have used accuracy F1 score and AUC. Statistical analysis I have done using the test SCOT-NOT and ANOVA, which will be shown in the last slide. So in my research, in my paper, I have taken different deep learning approaches like deep neural network and deep belief neural network, and I have compared it with my proposed CNN network. So if you can see in this slide, I have taken first neural network, I have taken deep neural network. In that, you can see that I have used different dense layer, that is 4 dense layer I have used. We use it because since the defect data set which I'm using is unidimensional, so we have taken 4 dense layer. Plus I have taken an output dropout layer to avoid the overfitting. The output which we are getting is in the binary
Please
classification.
directly come to the result section and explain your results. Means what is your accuracy and how you are comparing with the previous literature work.
So this is my proposed architecture of CNN. Here,
Yeah.
yes, sir. And I have shown my result here. You can see from the table that CNN has outperformed the other deep learning architectures, that is DBN, DNN, and LSTM. The accuracy, precision, and AOC of CNN is better as compared to the others. Even in the statistical results, you can see that our CNN has outperformed the results here. So this is the graph which I have shown, and the results I have got for the accuracy F1 and AOC. Thank you, sir. If any
Thank you very
question.
much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions, sir?
No. Don't you have any questions? We have paper 16, the acceptance of generative artificial intelligence technology and medical study by applying structural equation modeling by Dr. Anil Singh Chauhan.
Yes, sir. I'm going to share my screen.
So, the 3 minutes of presentation.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, so
So, honorable judges and my colleagues, I'm going to present my paper on the acceptance of generative artificial intelligence technology and empirical study by applying structural equation modeling. Actually, the theory behind this is generative artificial intelligence, which academicians are using nowadays and generating various types of data, their figures, their graphs, and not doing their own work. How they are adopting these artificial intelligence that I have studied over here. So it is based on generative artificial intelligence technology, and I have proposed a model which is based on the mentioned variable.
so can you please come to a methodology used in the results?
Okay, sir. Okay. One minute, sir. So this is my proposed model, and it is based on behavioral intention to use artificial intelligence. On the basis of this model, I have taken these variables: perceived ease of use, PEOU. This short name I have used in my PLS software. That's why I have mentioned it over here also. Attitude towards using, behavioral intention, social influence, perceived usefulness, perceived value, and enjoyment. In my research methodology, I have used standard scale, which is based on technology adoption model, and my scale is a 7-point Likert scale. And I have collected data from 254 academicians, and it is analyzed by using PLS SEM, partial least square method. And these are my hypotheses. So these are 12 are my hypotheses. I'm not going to read it, but I will explain. So after collecting my data, these are my variable, which I have mentioned here in short, and I have tested the reliability of my data on the basis of Cron batch alpha. So according to it, its value should be more than 0.7, and my all the variables are reliable. It tells us the data which I have collected, I can rely on that. Now that these are discriminant validity, and these are my factor loadings. Confirmatory factor analysis applied, and these are my different factors they are loading. They are making groups over here, and after that
Come to conclusion.
pardon.
Please come to conclusion.
Yeah. I'm coming on conclusion. Right. So this is the model which I have developed over here, and I have tested all these variables in this way. While testing, there are two things. There are two effects: direct and indirect. Right. So direct. So in that effect, you can see over here, these are my variable. Perceived ease of use is affecting behavioral intention, perceived usefulness, behavioral intention, but there is a mediating variable that is attitude. Next, perceived ease of use, then perceived use, attitude, and then intention.
Include the presentation.
So all my values are significant if you compare with, hello, if you compare, if you see over here, the p value is 0.012, it is less than 0.05. So all are
Doctor,
accepted.
please conclude the presentation for a minute of time.
Okay. So the variable are, so in conclusion, I would like to say that the mental process goes on selecting artificial intelligence. It passes through perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, attitude, social influence, perceived value, and enjoyment. These are my references.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for your presentation. Now I would like to call paper ID 72, Jaswant Kar, Hypothesis Empirical Validation in Bio-Inspired Algorithm for Fake News Detection.
Yeah, hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Screen, just a minute, please. So I hope my screen is visible, right?
Okay.
So I'll try to keep it as fast as possible because we have a time crunch. So good morning, everyone. And this is our topic, empirical validation of bio-inspired algorithms for fake news detection. As you can see, the authors are Jaswinder Kaur, me, myself, Karthik Rohela, and our mentor, Shweta ma'am. So the outline of this presentation will be motivation, then the methodology, related work, future works,
Directly come to the research gaps and results. Directly come to the.
Sure, sir. I'll be a little quick. I'll just show the methodology.
Directly come, we understand because we have background in fake news.
Okay, sure, sir. Then I'll be moving to the results directly.
Okay.
Yeah. So before that, just a brief introduction. This paper and study was collecting data about the existing studies on bio-inspired algorithms and fake news detection. Our motive was to gather any information we can get, how fake news can be detected and how the process can be made more efficient. So what we thought was that bio-inspired algorithms are being used in a very less amount and less quantity, or being used very ineffectively. So our aim was to develop few models which are based on bio-inspired algorithms which can help in fake news detection. On the screen, you can currently see our few models which are not based on bio-inspired algorithms, and here are the results. As you can see, the average accuracy for these models was 90.7%. Nextly, now we made some neural network models which are based on bio-inspired algorithms, because bio-inspired algorithms are nothing but algorithms that are based on natural processes. Just like our brain's connection, neural networks are based on connections, and they have layers which determine the accuracy of the models. Here in the results, you can see we developed 3 models. Yeah, sorry, sir. Okay. So as you can see that there was a significant increase in the accuracy. Coming to the conclusion, firstly, there is great potential for using bio-inspired algorithms in optimizing machine learning models. Nextly, however, their current application domain is and usage is quite low. Whereas if we implement the bio-inspired algorithms in a better way and we try to find more applications in fake news detection domain, but we also need to effectively modify the algorithms and machine learning models which are currently in use, also find new bio-inspired algorithms. For example, TDO and whale hump models are also under research and they show great promise. Lastly, new bio-inspired algorithms need to be explored by observing the application domain as well as natural phenomena. So this study was regarding fake news detection, but more studies can also be done in other domains. For example, social media growth and social networking, etc.
Thank you, Mr. Karthik, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next, paper ID 74. Sorry. Version of Indian's technique for software prediction.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Just a minute. I'll share my screen.
Fast because we're running out of time.
Yeah, sure. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah, so this is our topic, empirical validation of imbalance techniques for software defect prediction, and the authors are myself, Mayank Kumar Rai, Mohit Soni, and our mentor, Shweta Meena ma'am. And the purpose of our study is using balancing techniques for imbalanced dataset to predict the software defect probability in a software. And I'll start with the techniques. So these are all the techniques we have used: random undersampler, random oversampler, SMOT, borderline SMOT, Toman links, one-sided selection, SVM SMOT, near miss, and condensed nearest neighbors. These are the research questions, and I'll go through them one by one. So like the first one is how the machine learning models perform in software defect prediction tasks. How what is the performance of various imbalance techniques in handling the data, and like how does the choice of classification algorithm impact effectiveness of imbalance handling techniques, and also vice versa, like how imbalance techniques affect the performance of machine learning models. And I'll go through the result table once. Like these are the tables. As you can see that majorly these three algorithms, the numbered 4, 5, and 6, they have the best performance among the other algorithms. Sorry, these three techniques have better performance than the other techniques in all the models. This is the average table we have calculated after summarizing the results from 10 data sets from the NASA repository. And then we applied the empirical tests, Friedman and the Wilcoxon test. Uh, so even after these tests, we got the same result, that one-sided selection, borderline SMOT, and Toman links. These techniques were the best performing. And these are the conclusion. And this is our references.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much, Mayank.
What?
Thank you so much.
Okay.
And, I have one question.
Yeah.
Uh, why did not you use the deep learning algorithms here?
Actually, that is one of the limitation of our project as of now. Like we haven't used deep learning algorithms. We'll work on that and get as of now.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Now, I would like to call Woody 77, Karthik Chauhan, Keshav Mukta, was enhanced software defect prediction through diverse LSTM model.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You will only get 2 to 3 minutes for your presentation.
Yes, sure. Is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Yes, so good morning, everyone. Our topic is enhanced software defect prediction through diverse LSTM models, and authors are myself, Karthik Chauhan, my classmate Keshav Mittal, and our mentor Shweta Meena ma'am. So since we are running short on time, we'll directly just move on to
Directly
the
come to the results. Actually, we have the background since so many presentations have been from defect prediction.
yes, but I'm not able to move. Just a second.
Just show your results, okay?
Yes, just give me a moment. Let me present it again.
Karthik,
I'm not able to move my presentation. Don't know why this is happening.
just tell me your results, but what are the outputs, okay? What we have done in this paper. Contribution of your research, you just explain that thing.
Sir, we have used different LSTM models, and in this LSTM models, we have got a results that the LSTM model with attention mechanism is coming out to be the best one. We have.
Okay, thank you, Karthik.
Thank you, Karthik, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we have paper ID 81, secure AI enhance embedded problems with RAID file duplication in inverse integration. Pencil and screw sealer. I wonder.
He's not there. So you can call next one.
Next one.
Hello, hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yes. Sorry, the voice was breaking at my end. Good morning, everyone. I am Dhruv, and Just a sec. Give me just a second. I'll share my screen. I hope it is visible to all. Yes. So this is our project, Secure AI Enhanced Embedded NAS Server with plugins and RAID file duplication and antivirus integration. And my teammates are also here, Ariman, Parth, and Shashank Shekhar. So essentially, I'll give you a brief intro of our project. Our team proposes to build a plugin-based AI-powered NAS server, which is our novelty in this space. No one
Our
has
third is going to be topic. Please come to conclusion and detail results.
Okay, sure. So basically, these are the results. Basically, the time taken for data transfer between users becomes almost constant as the size of the data approaches 10 to the power 14 bits. And basically, we have a page access control manager, which we have named Pacman. It is using a generic, basically a generic LSTM model, machine learning model, which will help us identify the user timings when they will be logging out and the patterns, how they'll be using the server, so that they can run the antivirus checks and the updates accordingly. Apart from that, these are the references, and these are the basically our system architecture that we have made. The first one, I apologize that it is blurry. It is about the cross-platform data synchronization. So essentially, if you share your file directory with the server, it will stay in sync all the time. And the second one is for the RAID architecture system that we are implementing in our project to ensure that the files are accessed in much more in a better way with better performance.
Okay,
And
thank you.
if there is anything I can elaborate, please let me know.
Okay, thank you, Dhruv. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to call the next presenter, paper ID 85, Predicting Cardiovascular Disease with Machine Learning, author Dia Malhotra.
Yes.
You can
Just
share
give-
your screen.
Yes. Just a
Hello.
minute.
Please
Yes, just a minute.
your conclusion, since we are running short on time.
Okay.
Dia Malhotra.
Hello. Yes.
Yes, please tell us your problem statement and conclusion.
Hello. So our research topic is predicting cardiovascular diseases with machine learning. Our aim is to correctly identify the number of patients who actually have the disease. And we have used various classification algorithms and compared them to predict which model is better in predicting the cardiovascular diseases. So the methodology is we gather the data and clean the data and pass the algorithm, and then the algorithm analyzes the
Results and
data.
so explain those results, please.
Okay, sir. So after cleaning the data, we have used the classification methods used here are logistic regression, decision tree, random forest, KNN and naive Bayes, and support vector machine. And we have calculated the accuracy for each of the classification methods. And the result is
So from all the models, we have found that decision tree and support vector machine have approximately same accuracy, that is 72%. Higher accuracy is important as it indicates the ability of model to make correct predictions, but relying solely on accuracy may not provide comprehensive understanding of predicting cardiovascular disease. So therefore, we will also examine additional metrics such as recall, ROC, AOC to gain a more complete picture of the model's performance. So on the basis of our analysis, we have found that even though the decision tree model has slightly higher recall of 68% of class 1, whereas SVM achieves a slightly lower recall of 65% for the same class. So we will look at ROC curve, which can also show us what model is performing better. So the area under the curve here quantifies the overall effectiveness of the model. The score means that ROC, AOC is better at identifying the people who actually suffers from cardiovascular disease instead of making predictions that healthy people have the disease. So during the analysis of ROC-AOC, support vector machine achieved the highest AUC of 79% in comparison to other models, hence indicating that support vector machine demonstrates superior performance in distinguishing between positive and negative cases, which is crucial for identifying the right patients.
Arushi, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
So please, next presenter, paper ID 100, mental fitness predictor, a machine learning approach. Okay.
Harshit Kapoor.
All right, good morning, everyone. Let me just share my screen.
Yes, Harshit.
Yes, hello.
Conclude
Yes,
your-
sir. I'm just sharing my screen. Just a minute. Thank you. This is my partner, Rajat Sood. So, sir, I just have a very small introduction about my project. It is basically upon mental fitness and machine learning. So, mental fitness has become a very pivotal part of a life. If one does not care about his or her mental health, then it can cause several mental illness. To overcome such problems, we have created a machine learning algorithm, a technique that aim to create a system that can predict mental health by using essential data and information. Now, over to the conclusion part. Rajat.
Rajat,
So we have used
the results conclude the presentation.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we have used two machine learning algorithms. One is the random forest regression and other one is support vector machine. So these are the result. So as you can see, the random forest regression was better than the SVM as the root mean square were found to be 0.014104 and 0.11021 respectively. Now, Rajat, conclusion please. Thank you. Through this study, we have explored the application of the machine learning techniques to develop predictive models for mental health disorders with a focus of integration mental fitness metrics to enhance prediction accuracy and inform targeted interventions. And one more thing, that a key contribution of our study is the integration of mental fitness metrics into predictive models. Mental fitness encompassing positive psychological attributes such as resilience, self-efficiency, and social support plays a critical role in maintaining mental well-being and preventing illness.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
Rajat.
very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to call presenter, paper ID 106, Unmasking Deception, Deep Learning Approaches, author Himakuti Kushal.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Please move to your
So,
conclusion.
good morning, everyone. Myself Gulshan Kumar, student of DTU, and I am here with my team members. So, I just want to give a overview. So, basically, we have developed our the central objective of our project is to implement a defect detection model, our own defect detection model, which is efficient and concise, basically, which can easily run on lower end GPUs. So, we
Please
just
come to the results and
implementation results.
conclude the presentation. Directly come to the results, please.
Okay, so. Okay, so.
Hello,
So
my
the
name is Gaurav.
presentation. So the results of yeah. Please explain in 1 minute and then conclude the presentation.
Okay, so in our model, what we have done, we have to create a model which is coincides. To create this type of neural network with image augmentation feature, we have positioned image augmentation layer at the beginning, and then we have created several images, and we choose in our VG16 model as the backbone of our model for feature extraction, and then train it to our dataset. So we have used several libraries like Keras, Pandas, NumPy, and given input as 128, 128 pixel. We have used in this model, we have used two types of dataset, and the requirement of datasets are first, the later dataset should be large enough to for train, and the second is that it will represent a real life videos or images. So there are two dataset that is giving given SlabDF and OpenForensics. And coming to the result part of our model, as you can see in the given table, we have constructed with the current CNN-based defect detection technique. The CPU and the GPU are used to compute this matrix, which include accuracy rate, loss rate, training, AUC score, and ROC curve. We have also taken into account each model training and testing accuracy.
Haridwar,
And
please conclude the presentation.
yes, sir. So, in short, our study introduced an effective defect detection model and advanced neural network. We tested a model on different datasets showing good result in accuracy, loss, and pre-processing compared to the existing methods. And we also optimized the model for better efficiency and demonstrated the improvement through graphs. And we acknowledged the balance between training time and resource alloc.
Thank you.
Uh,
Thank you, Aridwar. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call the next presenter, paper ID 110, Microparameter Mininet, author Arpit Mahlawat.
Good morning. Let me share my screen. Just give me one sec.
Please move to the conclusion.
Is my screen visible
No.
for everyone? It should be now, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
Arpit, directly show your results and
Yes,
explain.
I'll just instantly go to the model architecture. What we have done is taken inspiration from different CNN architectures that were previously established, and we took inspiration on how to take the convolution layers and pool them so that we get an optimal results on the current deepfake data sets. The two data sets that we took were RFF and KCR. For both of these data sets, our more novel architecture got a very good result of above 95 to 96% accuracy and very low loss in both the cases. I know we're very short on time, so I'll just quickly conclude this. Our conclusion was that computational simplicity was overpowering every kind of complex model such as LSTMs and other models. Simple convolutional neural architectures were pretty optimal in defining deepfakes from fake images and real images. Thank you. Okay.
So, next paper ID 140, development of an AI-enabled table top sit stand laptop workstation. Okay. Yes, please.
Paper ID 140. Okay. Paper ID 140, presented by Mohit Mal, development of an AI-enabled tabletop sit-stand laptop workstation.
Directly show your results.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So my name is Mohit Mal, and my topic for this research paper is the development of an AI-enabled tabletop. So yeah, so I'm just going to take 2 minutes. It's going to be very quick. So we all know the risk of health and sedentary time and all the main purpose of this was to reduce and mitigate health risks and because of our lifestyle and many jobs. So the main thing is I did a very extensive literature review, and I'm not going to bore you with the details of that, but numerous research gaps were found and basically talked about, and benefits of the sit-stand workstation was known after this. And as we know the objectives. So this is the methodology of my project. So after the literature survey, I did the designing in CAD, and I did the evaluation, after that fabrication, and then we had tests, and we had a sample audience of 50 people. And this is what the model was in the CAD software. And this is just the exploded view. And so yeah, we used some two linear actuators to basically lift the top plate of the prototype. And yeah, so as you can see, this was how it was fabricated, and it's using OpenCV, and it's using the Python script which I have developed. And according to the eyes of the user, the laptop will either rise up or go down, and it would cater to 75th percentile. Sorry.
Directly show results and conclude the presentation.
Yeah. So this was the workflow. So this is the second last slide. So basically, the Python script initializes the camera, and then we use the facial recognition and the cascade files for the eye recognition, because that's the most important part to fix the posture of the user. And everything is converted into grayscale because of the contrast and the process. So this is what the prototype looks like, and it's functioning right now. And yeah, this is what was developed, and it's the next step is going for production. So yeah.
Nice.
Thanks.
Thank you, honorable chairs and speakers. You may proceed for the high tea. So you can also go for that. So we'll start next session in some time. You can go for Heidi if you want.
Kuldeep Chaudhary. Kuldeep Chaudhary is currently Assistant Professor in the Department of Applied Mathematics, Amity Institute of Applied Sciences. He obtained his PhD in Operational Research from University of Delhi and MSc from Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. Our next chair, Dr. Misbah Anjum. Dr. Misbah Anjum is the Assistant Professor at Amity Institute of Information Technology. She holds a PhD in Information Technology from Amity Institute of Information Technology. She has authored various papers and published in journals listed in ABDC, Web of Science, and Scopus Quality list of journals. Introducing our third chair, Dr. Naresh Chandra Kabdwal is an assistant professor at Banasthali Vidyapeeth in the Department of Mathematics and Statistics, Rajasthan. He has 15 years of experience in teaching and research. He received a gold medal in MSc Statistics and completed a PhD in Statistics in 2012. Starting off our session, I'd like to call paper ID 25, New Hidden Layer Markov Model for Studying Type 2 Diabetes. Author Surnam Narendra.
Yes, ma'am. My screen is visible.
Yes. You have 5 minutes to present, after which we'll begin our question.
Okay. So good morning to all. Myself Narendra, research scholar under the guidance of Professor Tripati Rao Padi, sir. So my title of the research work is two-layer hidden Markov model for studying type 2 diabetes. Actually, in diabetes causes multiple factors, but in single layer hidden Markov model, we have only one hidden layer, but we consider two hidden layers with physical activity and obesity. So this is a literature review based on hidden Markov model, and layer hidden Markov model also there, but they haven't derived the three algorithms like decoding and forward, backward, and Viterbi algorithm and Bowman-Welch algorithm. We derived that algorithms also. So literature review mainly consists of hidden Markov model and diabetes related to how physical activity and obesity is interlinked.
You have 5 minutes only to please come to the model development part.
Okay, sir, coming, sir. So these are the assumptions. Assumptions start with initial probability, then Markov assumptions for layer 1 and layer 2 and connected probabilities, then output and stationarity. This is a schematic diagram. So initial probability, then physical layer 1, layer 2, then this is the emission layer. So we use these assumptions. Then we solved these three basic problems: forward algorithm, Viterbi algorithm, and Bowman-Welch algorithm. This is the forward algorithm. This one Viterbi algorithm. This is Bowman-Welch algorithm. So then we calculated probability distribution based on the forward algorithm for three-state sequence. So for finding probability of E1, we consider these chances by forward algorithm. Similarly for E2 also, we consider then E1 initials are the for E2. Similarly for E3 also, we calculated probability. These are the probability distributions for probability of E1, E2, and probability of E1, E2, E3. Then we consider one data set from Tigga and Garg. We taken three variables: physical activity, BMI, and emission states as a diabetic state. So these are the transition from layer for layer 1, layer 2, physical activity, then for obesity linked with the physical activity, then obesity linked with the diabetes. Okay, these are the graphical representations. These are the explanations from the things. Then these are the probability values for one state sequence and two state and three state sequence for diabetes and non-diabetes states. These are the summary and conclusions. In this work, we proposed a novel way to use the two-layer hidden Markov model to comprehend the diabetes. And diabetes is the emission layer in our model, and physical activity and obesity are the hidden layers. Compared to the traditional models, this design model use more fully represent to interactions between these variables and how they affect onset of diabetes. Then we suggested three algorithms: forward algorithm, Viterbi algorithm, Bowman-Welch algorithm for two-layer hidden Markov model. Then these are the future works. Only we derived for two states. We can generate for M cross N states also. Then we can derive R package also based on probability mass functions. These are the selected references. Thank you, sir.
I have a question. What is the region you have used?
Sir, once again, sir.
What is the actually motivation behind your research? You are using Markov model for study a diabetic model.
Sir, actually, diabetes causes so many factors, sir. In hidden Markov model, if we will take only single layer, we will, for example, if I take only physical activity to link with the diabetes, I can get only from physical activity. But if I use two layer, three layers like that, then I can use obesity levels. Yes, sir.
And please answer your.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Next, we have paper ID 32, paper name Programming Constructs Based Bug Prediction Using Entropy. Authors are Ms. Kumari Seema Rani, Ms. Meera Sharma.
Offline mode.
Move-
Seema Rani, are you there?
Moving on to the next paper ID 63, paper name a dynamic framework for analyzing and safeguarding against computer virus in networks. Authors are Sakti Prasad Mohtani, Mr. Prasant Kumar Nayak, and Swapnita Mohanty.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
So you have only 5 minutes for a presentation.
yes, ma'am. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Dr. Prasad Mandi. I am PhD student in Department of Mathematics, Siddharaman Global University, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. My topic is a dynamic framework for analyzing and safeguarding against computer virus propagation in a network. Abstract and this research paper introduces the SITRS epidemic model within the context of interacted computer network to mitigate the impact of malicious codes. We divided the network into 4 components: ASITR. AS is susceptible, IA infected, T treatment, R recovery. In this model, recovery nodes are fully recovered from the antivirus treatment. To assess the model's carrying capacity, we test stability analysis and we determine its equilibrium points. And then the carrying capacity reflects the maximum duration that computer malicious subjects present in the network. Furthermore, we calculate the basic reproduction number to gauge the intensity of the epidemic within the network using the equilibrium points and basic reproduction number. We conduct a stability analysis of the model, ensuring a robust control measure against the epidemic. Additionally, we perform sensitivity analysis to identify the most influential parameter for epidemic control in the network. Overall, this research paper focuses on presenting and analyzing the SITRS-E epidemic model, providing insights into its stability, sensitivity, and effectiveness in safeguarding computer network from malicious code. These are keywords: E-epidemic model, equilibrium points, basic representation number, stability analysis, sensitivity analysis. These are the introductions.
Yes, please, we have a limited time.
Going to these are notations are used in my model. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And these are my model. First compartment is susceptible, then infected convert to treatment, and the treatment convert drawn from the above figure. This is the disease equilibrium point. Here I, T, and R is equal to 0. We get E0 is equal to rho by mu 0, 0, 0. This is the endemic equilibrium point, and that is denoted E star. This is the S star, I star, T star, R star from the above differential equation. We get these values. This is the basic reproduction number. F, where F is a 2 by 2 matrix, and that is alpha is 0, 0, 0, B alpha 0 minus beta B. Then we get B inverse this. Then R naught, that is F into B inverse, is equal to R alpha S by A. Sensitivity analysis, the importance is
You are not
that is
having the limit.
alpha, beta, and delta mu. For alpha, sir,
You are not.
sir, am I audible?
Yes, please. Your voice is not clear.
Sir, now clear, sir?
Yeah, now it's.
Sir, now clear?
Yes, now it's clear. Come to the conclusion.
Yes, yes, sir. These methods are used in my differential equation. This is round quota 4th, 5th order method. Employed to solve the system of differential equation 1 to 4. This is the diagram calculated by MATLAB. This effect to the treatment on SI and R. This is the effect on SIR without T. This effect of treatment on R. This is the conclusion. In conclusion, our study proposed the SITR's mathematical model to computer virus propagation within an infected computer network by dividing the network into 4 components. We are able to understand the dynamics and develop strategies of mitigated spread. Through stability analysis, we determined that the model is stable, implying that the virus will continue to propagate within the network. Furthermore, we conduct sensitivity
Sir,
analysis.
this is not clear, and due to time constraint, please end your
Sir,
presentation.
yes, sir, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, sir. Now I would like to call next presenter, paper ID 68, paper name Optimal Construction Project Portfolio Management using an integrated EVM and AHP approach. Author are Gaurav Kapoor Som and Jyoti Singh. So you have only 5 minutes to present your presentation.
Good morning, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible and your screen is visible. You can start the presentation now.
Good morning to all. Today I am Gaurav and I am here to present my work in the optimal construction portfolio manager using integrated EVM and AHP approach. The basic problem in today's construction industry is the construction firm do not know which project to prioritize and why to prioritize. So I have developed a framework using EVM and AHP technology to increase the sustainability. Sorry. My aim is to develop a framework using EVM and AHP so that the decision making can be improved. What is EVM? And value management is framework which is used to mm, understand the performance of the project in the terms of time and cost. So these are the key terms that can be used. Now AHP. AHP is a decision making tool which helps us to assign weights to the different criteria. And these are the key steps involved. These are the decision making criteria which I have analyzed from the literature review by understanding
You are not audible. Yes, please respond. You are not audible.
You are not audible. But due to time constraint, we would like to present next presenter. And sir, you can present your presentation later on after you can resolve your technical glitch. You can remove your screen now, sir. Okay, please remove your screen share now.
Yes, please. Response. You are not audible, and please unshare your slides so that we can proceed.
Gaurav Kumar sir, please unshare your screen so that we can move further.
Yes, Mr. Gaurav. Yes, please unshare. You are not audible. And we have to, proceed for our next presentation. Please unshare your screen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call next presenter, paper ID 79, paper name software defect prediction using large language models, a fine-tuned approach. Authors are Harshit Singh and Himanshu Tanwar.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, sir. You have only 5 minutes to present.
Sure, sure. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Himanshu Tanwar, and we are from Department of Software Engineering, Delhi Technological University. Today, we are here to discuss a critical challenge in software development, which is software defect prediction. Traditional methods like statistical analysis or machine learning models often rely on handcrafted features, which means these models often use predefined rules or logics, which is usually based on domain knowledge and expertise to identify potential problems. But they often fall short. This is where large language models step in. Imagine a model trained on vast amount of text Imagine a model trained on vast amount of text capable of understanding the complexities of human language, like grammar. So the question arises is how do we unleash their full potential for software defect prediction? And the answer lies in fine tuning. Think of it as transforming this language expert model into a code specialist. Fine tuning adds a layer of specificity on top of large language models by focusing their training on a particular task or domain. By retraining the large language models on project-specific data, we enhance its ability to identify complex patterns and flaws within the code base. This domain-specific optimization allows the model to make predictions that are generalizable across different parts of the code. So this study aims to evaluate the effectiveness of fine-tuned large language models compared to their non-fine-tuned counterpart, which is basically basic prompting that are used. We will assess their generalizability, specificity, and overall accuracy in software defect detection, as our goal is to contribute to the development of more robust and reliable software. By harnessing the power of fine-tuned large language models, we can achieve proactive defect detection, allowing developers to build software with fewer bugs. Now, in this study, three critical questions guide our exploration. First is how effective large language models are as compared to traditional approaches. Second, as we try to find out the role of fine-tuning in increasing the accuracy for defect prediction. And last but not the least is how and why fine-tuning approach is much better than basic prompting techniques. Now, to understand how we can actually put this knowledge to work, my partner Harshit Singh will tell us about the proposed methodology, outlining the specific steps and techniques we have developed. Harshit.
Good afternoon. The dataset that we are using is NASA's CM1 dataset for defect prediction. It is basically on a C language program. It contains about 343 unique entries, each with 33 different matrices. It comprises of information on software modules developed for spacecraft control system. So the flow of our research is, first we are getting the data and then we are analyzing it and pre-processing it for any sort of inconsistencies. After that, we split the data into train and test, and then we use smart analysis to generate artificial minority, making minority into like for balancing the data set. After that, we are creating the data set based on the requirements for training GPT 3.5 model by OpenAI. After fine-tuning the model, we got an accuracy of 90.3 on the test data set. It shows that how LLM can be of great capability for software defect prediction. When using prompting techniques like one shot, two shot, and few shot, we got an accuracy of 70%. However, after fine-tuning, we got an accuracy of 90.3. That shows there is an increase of 20% in accuracy. There's a lot of scope for fine-tuning for this research. For example, we can use different data set for training the LLM to get higher accuracy, and we can use different LLMs provided for increased accuracy. Other than that, we can also play with the hyperparameters to increase the accuracy, and when combining the prompt and fine-tuning together, we can generally get higher accuracies.
And these are the references.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A question actually, have you validated your approach, a fine-tuning approach with other approaches quantitatively? Because yes.
Yes, sir. Actually, we have used when LLMs, where LLMs are used, people are using prompt techniques and fine tuning. So we have used to validate our research on in comparison to prompt tuning.
Yes, sir. Basically, previous studies, there are some models which are basically using the large language models, but not the fine-tuning part. They're basically using the pre-trained large language models and finding the code severity based on that. But our model, instead of like just training or say getting the severity of the code based on the pre-trained large language models, our model basically fine-tunes the dataset to a specific for the specific code set to analyze and to generalize it properly and to get the better accuracy.
Thank you for the presentation, sir. I would like to call next presenter. Paper ID 98, paper note. Customer-centric retailing through cloud total offer management strategies for airline users. Authors
Yes. I'm there. So let me share my screen first. So is my screen visible to you?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible and you are audible, and you have only 5 minutes to present.
Sure. Okay, so very good morning, everyone. This is Mansi Mahendru, and my topic for today's presentation is enhancing customer-centric retailing through AI-driven total offer management strategies for airline user. So these are my topics that I'll conclude today. So first of all, let me start with the basic introduction of my topic. So as we all know that aviation industry is one of the global industry where changes are continuously increasing, mean customers are continuously expecting better from the airline industry. So to meet all those expectations, the organization has to think differently. One of the key solution to solve this particular problem is total offer management. But the current scenario is that whenever we used to open any website for booking our flight, what we get is first we will book our flight. After that, some one or two ancillary options are visible to us, out of which we can choose any of the ancillary for us, and then that price will be added to our fare. Means that ancillary is visible to me as well as the person who is doing booking for the same flight. Means that ancillary option is not as per my behavior. So this is where the total offer management is lacking in the airline industry in today's time. So the extant research that has been done related to my problem definition, they have covered the total offer management problem, but they have limited their research to only two ancillary options, and they have only covered one or two customer segments. Means they have only covered business or leisure traveler. So this is here my research has taken one step ahead. So these are hello. So these are my research objectives. My first objective is to provide an innovative solution for addressing the total offer management problem. My second objective is to compare the proposed approach with the existing algorithms. And the third approach is to extend my research by applying association rule mining on the data set to just validate the efficacy of the proposed methodology. So this is my related work that I have done. So I have read around 40 to 50 research papers, out of which I found that none of the paper has covered two or three segments of this matrix. But our research paper has covered both problems, that is customized dynamic offer creation as well as dynamic optimal price of bundled offer. So this is my research methodology. So first of all, my research started with a data set which I have collected from Transport of Bureau Statistics. This is a paid data set, and in this data set, I got the information about the user origin, destination, travel date, search date, return date, number of ancillaries they have booked, the number of passengers who will travel, and the price. And after that, as I told you, I am here to solve the problem of total offer management. So I have divided my total offer management problem under 5 main components, which are not solved in any of the prior researches. So the first component is to create the trip purpose segmentation to create the personas. So for that, I want that my customer should be properly classified under in my data set. So related to this, I have applied K-mode clustering algorithm as well as XGBoost algorithm. And after this, my data set is categorized under 4 different categories, that is family traveler, business traveler, group traveler, and solo traveler. This is also one novelty that I have introduced in my research, because all the prior research, they have only covered 2 segments of customer, but I have also extended it to group and solo traveler. And after that, I don't want that my research should only be dependent on the historical data. So that is why I have also conducted survey on the Survey Monkey for around 600 users, and all my target audience are US persons of different ages. Now, based on my data set as well as the results that I got from the survey, I have total 30,000 offers. Now, what I want is that for my individual user, the optimal, or we can say most suitable offer should be only recommended. So for that, my second component is customized dynamic offer recommendation for the user. For that, I have applied singular value decomposition.
Please conclude your presentation. Come to the conclusions.
Okay, sure. So these are all my components which I have worked upon, and this is my data set. These are the results of my all components. As you can see, customized dynamic offer recommendation section. When the scenario is that user want to travel from CAE and he want to fly to FLL. The travel date is 3 months, trip span is 1 May, and these are the passenger details. And when I have applied SBD RBM, those 30,000 offers are reduced to only 30 offers. So these all are the most optimal offers that can be recommended to a customer. So these are the graphs. And my third module is predicting the maximum margin for each combination. For that, I have applied random forest regression algorithm. And next component is to predict the optimal bundle price for each combination. For that, I have applied neural network algorithm. And my last module is to display the 5 optimal package for the user. Now, I have also compared my proposed approach with 2 of the research papers, prior research papers. And what I got is my purchase probability increases by 14.5%. So this is one novelty that I have introduced in my research. And after that, I have extended my research to association rule mining also. And I have tested my proposed model results as well as the association rules results on the common scenario, and my rules are matching. So these all are my research questions. And here is my conclusion that we have solved total offer management problem, which is not been solved in any of the prior researches, as well as my purchase probability increases by 14.5%. Thank you so much. These all are my references. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question. Actually, you have segmented a specific class by using a technique. There is any other technique to segment a particular market? Means a customer?
Yeah, sir.
Cluster analysis, no? You are saying that you are using.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, I have applied K-mode clustering algorithm, and we can also apply K-means. Actually, I have tested all these type of algorithm, but my data is little bit categorical. So that is why all those algorithms are not giving me as the results that I really want. It is not giving me good accuracy. So that's why I have only choice of K-mode clustering algorithm. I have done research and I found that K-mode clustering algorithm is most suitable algorithm when we have categorical data.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you for your presentation, ma'am. Now I would like to call next presenter, paper ID 104, paper name, Evolution of Various Authentication Methods in the Context of Cybersecurity and Analytical Study. Authors are Rohit Sharma.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
My screen is visible, I think.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You have only 5 minutes to present.
Sure, sir, sure. Good afternoon, all. My topic for today's presentation is basically an analytical study on various authentication method in terms of cyber security. Basically, what is cyber security? I'm just, due to shortage of time, I'm just giving a short introduction of cyber security. Basically, cyber security is a technique for protecting the technologies or data over network. So in that time, basically there are various password or authentication methods are there, just like password based, multi-factor, biometric based, certificate based, and token based. In password based, basically it is a common method used to verify the identity of user before granting the access. In the multi-factor authentication, basically it is a two-factor authentication method in which it requires or provide 2 or more authentication factors to verify the identity. In biometric based is a method of verifying the identity of an individual based on their unique physical or behavioral characteristics. Basically, these are the few kind of model that has been taken care by the various authors. In the literature survey, I have discussed all the things. And the next one is your certificate based. In certificate based is a method of verifying the identity of users, devices, or services in a computer network. It relies basically on digital certificates, which are basically a cryptographic credentials. And last one is the token based. In this, the identity is verified on the basis of using a token. I'm coming on to the conclusion part why I'm survey and analyzed it. Most of the organizations are basically careful, or you can say taking care of their data. But when it comes about the authentication technique, the proper authentication technique is not being used because the sum of the false positive rate or some main event is or your budget is not there. While they go for the budget balancing, then the security they have to take they have to compromise with the security. When they go with the security, then they have to compromise with the budget. So in this way, the selecting the optimal authentication method for an organization, it requires a careful evaluation of multiple factors. Multiple factors like F score, recall, precision, accuracy, and error. Most of the methods that can be in now used due to in I'm talking about the India in due to digital divide. We are using the technologies, we are focusing using the multiple technology, but we are not actually aware how to use them when it comes into the case of payment or anything else. If we talk about the cyber criminal rate is most as compared to as taken care in as compared to other countries. It's 70% in the year 2023. So companies has to be taken care of a particular careful model, and I am working on that model which will give the low false rate and which is flexible and in the reduced cost. So this is my topic and these are the references. Thank you. Any questions? Hello.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Since you have suggested that you've done the optimal selection, how the optimal selection is done?
Ma'am, based on the false positive rate. Main focus is on recall. Sometimes the decision has been taken care, but that is dependent on sometimes on the hardware devices or sometimes on the negative, on the if there is a man in the middle attack is there. If is attacked, then sometimes it is giving the low false rate. कि नहीं ये सही नहीं है, then that has to be taken care. So optimal is we have to take care of budget also as well as all the in the reduced time.
How that is selected, how that is being evaluated? You didn't mention any of that.
Sorry.
How that is evaluated, that low cost should be there, how that is being evaluated?
Ma'am, with the recall function, with the recall method. Analytic as matrix is there. That has to be maintained as the password. I am basically working on the password authentication system. So some data set has been taken care or that is compared with that.
But that data set that you've been working on or whatever the metrics that you're using, it should be
Yes.
available, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Next, we have paper ID 32, paper name programming construct based bug prediction using entropy. Authors are Miss Kumari Simarani.
Not mine. No.
Okay, sorry.
Myself, Kumari Seema Rani, Meera Sharma, and Devi Singh are co-author of this paper. First, I would like to thank the chairperson of this conference for providing me this opportunity to present this paper. And a very good afternoon to all of the delegates present here. My topic is programming construct-based bug prediction using entropy. These are the outlines that I'll cover: introduction, research objective, code change process, code change categories based on the different programming constructs, data collection, methodology, regression techniques, result discussion, managerial application of proposed study, threats to validity, conclusion, and future work. The evolution of open source software is based on an active participation.
Yes, please come to the, actually we have 5 minutes.
Okay.
The methodology and then.
Okay. Okay. There are 4 research questions. The first one is, what are different descriptive statistical measures corresponding to data of code changes in different programming constructs for the Eclipse project core component? This is research question 0. And the research question 1 is, how to measure the complexity of code changes in terms of entropy, namely Shannon, Rene, T-cells based on the number of source code files changed for the Eclipse project core component. And the research question 2 is, how the is measured in terms of entropy, namely Shannon, Rene, and T-cells based on source code changed in different programming constructs are distributed for the Eclipse project core component. And the research question 3 is, we have found the association between the variable, that is the complexity of code change categories measured in terms of entropy, and dependent variable, that is occurrence of bugs due to changes in the source code under 2 scenarios, by considering the sum of Shannon entropy corresponding to different programming constructs, namely if, method call, method declaration, loop, assignments, switch, sequence, try, class filled, class, and finally. In part is Shannon entropy correspond to different programming constraints, namely all the like if, method call, etc. The code change process means to study the patterns of source code modification. Changes in the source code have been done by developer to implement new features and repair of faults. These patterns have been studied and quantified to complexity over time. The code change have been measured using the concept of entropy. Entropy is defined as the degree of uncertainty or complexity of changes in the source code. This formula for Shannon entropy is pi log pi. And we have used Rene and T-cells entropy as well. And the formula for Rene entropy is 1/1 minus alpha log summation pi ki power alpha from I is equal to 1 to n. And this is the formula for T-cells entropy. Here, a pi is the probability and it varies from 1 to n. And alpha tends to 1. We have taken 9 values of alpha from 0.1 to 0.9. Then how to calculate the file level entropy? Suppose there are 3 time interval T2, T2, T3, and there are 4 files. For the first period T1, there are 5 change occurred across all the 4 files, and the probability of change occurrences of files F1, F2, F3, and F4 will be 1/5, 1/5, 2/5, and 1/5 respectively for the time frame T1. Then we can calculate the code level change entropy. Suppose if has categorized into 7 parts, if APC, if APCJ, if APTC, if remove, if ABR, if RBR, and if CC, and there are 4 commit ID or there are 4 bugs in a month, suppose C1, C2, C3, C4, then we have to find the entropy of if category. So first we will see for if APC there are 7 change, and for if APCJ there are 6 change, and simultaneously in total change of if category is 56. So then we can compute probability for each subcategory, and corresponding we can calculate the Shannon entropy, and through this approach we have calculated the entropy for all the 11 categories like method call, method declaration, etc. And these are the constructs, catalog of code change categories based on programming construct. Like if is categorized into 7 parts, method call is 3 parts, loop has categorized into 4 parts based on the data collection, and so on. These are some cosmetic changes which are not contributing towards entropy. Okay. Data collection approach, can I Okay. This is the data collection process. We have calculated the data through a version control repository such as GitHub, and we have extracted the code history and information of open source project using Git Bash, and we have find the bug fix change using Git Bash with respect to each commit ID in 2 ways. The first one is file level based, and the second one is code level based. For file level based, we have computed the number of distinct file change in each month and the frequency of code changes done in 11 code change categories. And for the code level change, we have find the frequency of code changes done in 38 subcategories corresponding to the 11 code change categories to fix that bug. And then we have computed the total number of bug fixed and the corresponding bug change frequency for different code change categories by taking sum of changes done in different code change subcategories. These are the table 4 shows the number of bug fixed, number of file change, and the total number of change month-wise for each month. And this is the methodology. The first one, we have to collected the data collection through the GitHub, and then we have done the processing for file level change and as well as for the code level change. And then we have computed 3 levels of entropy: Shannon, Rene, and Tissel's entropy. And then entropy-based bug prediction has been carried out in 2 ways. This is the methodology, and we can see block diagram of the proposed method. And we have then applied regression in 2 ways. We have applied LR based on the Shannon entropy, and then MLR. We have taken different types of regression methods like MLR, SVR, KNR for Eclipse project.
Please show your conclusion, result and conclusion.
Okay. These all are result with different research question. Like this is the result of research question 1. Earlier, table 4 and table 5 have the shown the result of research question 0. Then these are research question 1 answer, and this is the answer of research question 2. And these are the research question 3rd answers. In terms of bug prediction, we have used SVR, KNR. And these are the comparative result for regression techniques. And these are some managerial application of the proposed study. Can you explain? Oh, okay. In the span of high entropy, the release of software module is not advisable due to high risk and impact of further code changes. In contrast, when entropy decreases, code changes have a lesser impact on the software module.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes.
And these are threats to validity. Thank you.
I'd like to call paper ID 121, optimal control of a sales advertising model considering 2 types of advertising in a segmented market. Author Preeti Sangwan.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Preeti, and the title of my paper is Optimal Control Policy of a Sales Advertisement Model, considering two types of advertisement in a segmented market. These are some of the topics which I will be covering in my research work. So basically, marketing is a fundamental necessity and core concept for all business organizations to attract, engage, and retain customers. And advertisement is one of the very common and important way of marketing. The role of advertisement and marketing is to communicate, persuade, and influence target audience about the product and services. But the target audience is very vast at times. So how to meet the needs of everyone? The way to do is market segmentation. Market segmentation is basically the process of dividing the broader targeted market into smaller ones, and so that we can make it more manageable based on the similar needs and requirements of customers. This is our research work. We will be dealing with two forms of advertisement controls, those aimed at maintaining existing customers and those directed towards acquiring new customers. We will be formulating an optimal control policy, which will be based on, we will be formulating an optimal control policy that aims to obtain a dynamic advertisement policy for existing and new customers. We will use Vidal-Wolfe method to obtain a sales rate. We will, optimal control problem will be formulated and optimal advertisement policies are obtained using Pontigan's maximum principle. Basically, optimal control theory says that it is a mathematical branch which is used, which is the most effective way to control a system to achieve the performance over a specific period. The techniques used to obtain the solution of optimal control theory are Pontigan's maximum principle, dynamic programming, and model prediction controls.
Come to your work.
Okay, sir.
Model.
These are some of the notations which I will be using in my model. So I will use Vidal-Wolfe model, and we have extended the Vidal-Wolfe model. This is our proposed optimal control formulation, which says that the equation 2 represent the differential equations, which represents the rate of sales intensity. This equation consists of two parts. The first part tells about the increase in the sales because of advertisement, and the second part represents the decay rate of existing customers. By substituting the value of control state variables, we will be able to get the differential equation, which is represented in equation 3. We will construct our profit function using Pontigan's maximum principle, which is given by equation 4, where C1i and C2i are the cost functions of both existing and new customers respectively. Based on the above assumptions, we will formulate our optimal control problem, which is shown in equation 5. We can rewrite equation 5 as equation 6 because we have taken the summation of over GI, which says that it is a sum of all the profit function of towards all the market segments, and J is the profit function for ith segment. Therefore, the segment-dependent optimal problem is equivalent to determine it for all the segments. This is our objective function to obtain the maximum profit. This is our solution approach. We will use Pontigan's maximum principle to obtain the optimal advertisement policy towards existing and new customers. We will formulate the Hamiltonian function as equation 8. It is also divided in two parts. Equation 1 represents...
Please conclude.
Okay. This is our solution approach. We have also taken a special case where advertisement cost is quadratic, and as a conclusion, we will be able to get the cost functions as C1i and C2i. So the conclusion of my research work is after the study, I will be able to get the optimal control policy for both existing and new customers. And our main aim is to decrease the decay rate of existing customers towards the market. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, sir, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
So my paper is before this paper. It's a 116. So I'm just curious.
No, these are on offline papers, so we're gonna be done with the offline papers first.
Okay, thanks, ma'am.
Now I'd like to call paper ID 132, Uncertain Differential Equation Based Software Belief Reliability Growth Model Incorporating Change Point and Imperfect Debugging. Author Neelam Sharma.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Neelam Sharma, and the topic of my paper is Uncertain Differential Equation Based Software Reliability Growth Model Incorporating Change Point and Imperfect Debug. So since
Go to the model development and your result and conclusion, because
Okay,
we
sir.
have limited.
Okay. So I just want to add 2-3 lines before model construction. So previously, the software reliability models that were proposed, that those models were based on probability theory. And since software failures are also an uncertain distribution, we can say, so to deal with those uncertainties, we are using the framework of uncertain theory in this model. Also, previous models which have been already proposed, they have not considered change point and imperfect debugging both at the same time. So in this proposed model that we are developing, we have incorporated change point and imperfect debugging under the framework of uncertain theory. So I will just come to the model construction. So these are the notations that we have used. And here some are known parameters and some are unknown parameters that we have estimated through the Excel software. So basically, we are using the uncertain integral equations, which were provided by the Liu and Kang in 2021. So these are the basic equations, and here the lambda one is fault detection rate before change point, and lambda 2 is fault detection rate after change point. Here alpha 1 is new introduction rate, since we have assumed that the debugging process is imperfect. So new faults will be generated during the correction process, and it will be very, very, very less in terms of exact value. So these are the uncertain integral equations that we have already taken from previous software models that have already been proposed. And after solving, we can get uncertain differential equations, as you can see on the slide. And after solving those equations, we can get the formula to find the number of detected faults before change point and after change point. And since it's an uncertain process, so it will be having some expected values and some standard deviations as well. Yes.
With this equation, we get the
Which one, sir?
last DSP, D1 upon 1 minus L.
No, sir. Yes, sir. this is the correct one. I have solved manually also. Yes.
Here you are using P.
Where's the cursor? I cannot.
Previous one. This case we have P1 minus alpha. Yes. Then we have B1 P here.
Yes, sir. Actually, here is U1T also. That is an additional factor, but that will be on the exact value of that factor is 1 only. So that's why after solving the equations, which is basic.
Previous equation, what term?
Sir, this one, 1 minus alpha 1. Yes, sir. And so this is the number of fault detection formula, and this is the expectation and standard deviation. Also, since we are talking about software reliability, so there must be some belief degree so that we can judge whether our software is accurate or not. So this is the formula, and this is also the formula with inverse function. So we have estimated the values of unknown parameters through Excel, and we have got these values. And this is the graph that is showing, we have taken real data from previous papers. So the blue line is showing the observed data that we have taken from paper, and the orange line is showing the expected faults that we have calculated from the formula that we have derived. And that is the model. And the conclusion is, since there are already proposed models based on probability theory, so this is an approach that we have taken under the framework of uncertain theory, and we have concluded that the newly proposed model is 0.99% accurate, which is more accurate as compared to other developed models. Thank you. Any questions? And these are the references that I have used.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next.
Paper ID 133, Modeling Multi-Patch Multi-Release Software Reliability Growth Model with Testing Effort. Author Vinu Singh.
Good afternoon, sir, ma'am. My paper title is Modeling Multi-Patch Multi-Release Software Reliability Growth Model with Testing Effort. So first of all, I will go through the introduction. So basically, in order to ensure the good quality software, testing is required, right? However, delays due to the prolonged testing can increase market opportunity costs. So in order to sustain the market scenario, the organizations are releasing their software early and then they continue with the testing process. So if I am releasing any software early, in that case, the patching is really helpful, because a patch is, first of all, I would like to tell you about what exactly is a patch, because my work is basically on multi-patching. So a patch is a small program that is designed to fix, improve, or update a software. So patches can be released to fix any security vulnerability or to fix any bugs. Minor changes can also be entertained using the patches. So basically, a lot of work is done on the patching, right? But the gap which is identified is when I have gone through the literature, it is observed that the researchers have worked on the patches, but none have addressed the aspects of multi-patching in the multi-release software. none of such model exist, right? That too with testing effort. Now, why I am using the testing effort scenario is because here I am considering the effort which are applied during the testing process so that the developers can take the necessary actions, right? To allocate the resources, they can finally use these results. So in this case, I have proposed the multi-patch, multi-release model, and also I have presented the 3 frameworks with different distribution functions. And also, once the frameworks are, and after that, I have drawn the goodness of fit measures. I have also represented the goodness of fit measures, and also the ranking is done based on the multi-criteria decision-making approach. So let me go through this is a literature review. Now, release 1, because this is a multi-release model. So this is the structure. This is the timeline. T1, T2, T3, these are the releases. TR represents the RH release, right? Basically, this is, the organization can customize it accordingly. If they are applying they can apply it for the 2 releases, for the 3 releases. This is the general model. So TR is the RH release, and in each release, there are n number of patches. So these patches are, the number of patches are represented with P. I am representing it P. P means n number of patches, right? So P is the patches and R is the releases. So these are 0 to T1 is the first release. In this release, I can introduce P number of patches. Similarly, for second release, I can introduce P number of patches and so on. So this is the timeline which is depicting the release of patches in a testing effort based multi-release software. Now, in release 1, first of all, let me just go through the notations. So here MIWT represents the number of faults removed in the time interval 0 to T. So here in this case, in my model, MWT means number of faults which are removed in release 1. So in release 1, if there are P number of patches, then there will be P+1 phases. Right. So that is why it is going through P+1. If you can see, it is going through P+1. So M11WT means number of faults removed from 0 to P1, right? M12 means number of faults removed from the first patch till second patch, second to third patch, and so on till P+1, right? And A represents initial number of faults. So first of all, my function would be MWT. WT is a testing effort function because I'm considering the testing effort. MWT equals to A function of WT. Right, this is for phase 1, when one single patch is reduced. Then for phase 2, A1 minus the number of defects which are removed in the previous phase, right? And then functions, F12 represents the distribution function. In next, F13 and so on. This is for release 1. Same way I will do for release 2. The only change is done is A2 are the defects which are introduced in release. Because what I'm considering is in each release, there will be new defects also. Right. In first release, there will be A1 defects. In second release, there will be A2 defects. Similarly, in third release, there will be A3 defects. So if I'm talking about a release 2, in that case, release 2 will be having its own defect plus the defects which are coming from the first release.
Listen, please. In every release, the time interval will be equal or unequal?
See, time interval, basically, I'm not using any term for the time interval. I'm using the variable option. T1, T2, T3 is a time interval, right? So these are the variables, plus the number of patches are also the variables, right? So this is a generalized model which can be customized based on the organization or based on the requirements. So I have not fixed any time. So release 2, next release 3, release 4, and then I have shown a general model for the release R. And this is a generalized model for release R. I have drawn, this is the generalized cost model. You can see cost model is there, which includes testing cost, market opportunity cost, and the cost in each phases. So this is a total cost which an organization will encounter. And also, if you want to calculate the reliability, it can be calculated. Now, for data analysis, I have used the Weibull distribution function.
The parameter estimations are done using the using the SPSS, Statistical Package for Social Sciences. And I have verified my proposed model based on 3 distribution functions. These are the 3 distribution functions which I have used: exponential, S-shaped, and flexible. And my estimated parameters, which are calculated using the SPSS, I have for
Model 2, Model 3. Model 1 is basically a model in which the distribution function exponential is used. Model 2 is for S-shaped, and Model 3 is for flexible. So these are the Model 3 and these are the estimated parameters. Next,
I have done 2 things. First of all, I have identified the goodness of fit, drawn this goodness of fit model for each and every model. So these are the goodness of fit for release 1, release 2, release 3, and release 4. So goodness of fit basically it is representing the number of defects which are removed or encountered in the actual data versus the proposed data, right? So when I have drawn the goodness of fit model for each for each model, right, for model 1, 2, and 3, I didn't obtain the clear picture. So in order to get the clear picture, like which distribution function is working, best in my proposed model, I have also applied the MCDM technique for ranking purpose. So for MCDM, we have to identify the parameters. So I have identified the parameters, the parameter values, parameter estimation is done. And then I have used entropy record technique for the ranking purpose. So according to the entropy record technique, my model 3 is and model 2 are working much better in comparison to model 2. So this is my analysis. And in conclusion, the paper has introduced a testing effort-based software reliability model to analyze the impact of multi-patching on multi-release software system. I am utilizing the exponential, S-shaped, and flexible function. The model demonstrates that how faults can be continuously addressed even after the software is released. And parameter estimation is done using the SPSS, which aids in refining the model accuracy, while multi-criteria decision-making technique enable the robust evaluation of its performance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the number of patches actually is equal in all the release.
No.
Change it.
I can change. I am using the variable. I am using P as a variable for number of patches. I haven't used N or M terms because otherwise, it would be confusing. So for patch, I have used P, small p, as the abbreviation, and for release, I'm using R. So the generalized model I have also given. So if an organization is releasing 2 patches, right? So they can use this model for 2 patches. And if an organization is introducing their software in 4 releases, so instead of R, they can use T4.
Okay.
So this is a general model which I have given. In fact, for data analysis also, I have used, analysis done based on 2 patches, right? And, 4 releases.
Okay,
So,
thank
so we can do it as per the, needs or requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you for your presentation.
Nice presentation.
I'd like to call paper ID 134, Resource Allocation Model for Software Code Smells, Stuti Tandan.
Hello.
No, she's online. Can you please share your screen?
I think is offline.
No, she's online now.
Online.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please move to the conclusion since we are running short on time.
Sure. My paper is about resource allocation model for software code smells. I worked here, yeah. In this paper, I worked on the architectural category of the code smells, which has been studied and found out by several researchers as the most daunting one. So I have concentrated this study of mine mainly on the architectural category. And here in this paper, we have worked for a model where It is a mathematical model which has been developed for the refactorization of the budgets, which are used for the smells of the architectural smells. And the data set which we have used is a real data set, real-time data set, which is extract from Apache Tomcat. So this was a conclusion. Can I elaborate on the work or?
Yes, where is your model in a slide?
Yeah.
Your mathematical model.
Sure. So this is the model.
Yes.
So here, I just want to elaborate, here we have extracted the architectural code smells, and then we considered a budget, we considered two types of budget, like 1,000 and 800. And as per the budget, here you can see, yeah. Let's see
What
here. Yeah.
in a model development part, there is a NT and WT. What is the difference in both the terms?
Sorry, sir. N?
In the model development part in previous slide, in the initial slide, mathematical modeling. Yes, here you are using NT, and in a differential equation M dash T WT. Actually, equation number is not visible on slide, but this M dash divided by WTB in a bracket A minus MT. So this WT, and in above line we have NT, 0 to T integration.
And actually it is the code smells. Code smells which we worked on.
You are using total testing expenditure is.
Yes, sir.
What is total testing expenditure?
The total testing expenditure is the total budget which we have considered.
So this term NT represents budget expenditure, or this WT, what is the meaning of this WT then?
Yes, sir. Actually, it is the same thing.
Same thing, but I think there's a different notation here.
Yes, sir.
Now it's okay. Go conclude your paper.
Yeah. So here we have here we took Z, which was the total budget taken by us as 1,800, and we conducted our study over here, taking the codes, identifying first the smelly instances, architectural one, and then later applying the model on these. And here we have some findings that the amount of resources needed to refactor this category was not yet done. That is why we conducted this study of ours, and then the model was developed for the refactorization of the smells. Now the study can further be elaborated with the design and the implementation categories, which can be taken up for this study later. As of now, it concentrates only on the architectural instances.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Please.
I'd like to call paper ID 105, Software Evolution, Sustainability Around Uncertainty. Shashti Maurya.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. You may share your screen.
The slide is visible.
Yes, it's visible. Please move to the conclusion.
Okay. So basically, this is my problem statement, which is a twofold. First is, how can software developers effectively gauge and measure uncertainty during the early stage of software development to prioritize projects and organize software systems? And second is, what is the impact of code smell on the generation of uncertainty and the sustainability of software products? So the goal of our study is how can we enhance software sustainability by effectively managing uncertainty during software evolution, considering factors like code smells. And this is the methodology we used. First is we investigating the relationship between code smell and uncertainty during software evolution, and understand how code quality impacts software sustainability. Second is we collected historical data from previous version of Project AgroUML, and we took 13 releases and considered 5 type of code smells, which is a spaghetti code long method, God class, complex class, and class data should be private. And we developed 13 regression models using MATLAB, linear GPR models, and neural network models. And we trained the model on the collected data and explored the relationship between code smell and uncertainty. Now, we evaluated these models using performance matrices, measures R square, RMSE, MSE, and MAE, and the compared model performance across different versions of AgriML. And then we interpret the results in the form of identifying which regression model performs best and understand the impact of code smell on uncertainty and provide actionable insight for sustainable software development. So we first follows the approach based on information theory. We calculated Shannon entropy, and based on the Shannon entropy, this is the representation how we calculated the Shannon entropy. Within the we can see the 5 changes occur in the all 4 files F1, F2, F3, and F4, and counted the entropy respectively. This is the calculated entropy for all the versions of AgriUML, considered 5 type of code smell. This is how we designed the experiment. We took 5 type of code smells and used 13 regression model, and we took a performance metrics like R square, RMSE, MSE, and MAE to validate the models. So this is one of the tables from the paper, which shows the analysis of all the versions of Project AgriUML for model optimization neural network. And it demonstrates the potential for successful optimization and adaptations. This is the visual representation of results. And there is a key findings that the table shows the different machine learning models like linear SVM, quadratic SVM, Gaussian SVM, process regression models, and the different neural network models we use for Project ActoML, and that demonstrate that the projects can work well with various modeling approaches. And we took the release dates from October 2002 to December 2011, indicating a long period of software evolution. And for the SVM models, there are inconsistencies in the performance matrices across versions, which suggesting challenges in maintaining stability. And the R square values, which shows how well the model explains the data, fluctuate between negative and positive, showing results in the model reliability. So this is some key findings of our in our paper. So we show that the Gaussian progress regression model have varying performance. Some versions do well while other declines, and this suggests that the uncertainty in how effective these models are.
Please move to conclusion.
Okay, so it shows that different versions of neural network like narrow, medium, wide, bilayered, trilayered, and optimizable shows how adaptable the software is during its evolution. And the optimizable neural network specifically demonstrate the potential for successful optimization. And the analysis indicates that Project AgriML has significantly evolved and can adapt the various machine learning models. With this, uncertainties impact software sustainability, seen in the inconsistent performance of certain models across different releases. Some models stays consistent, and some are undergo abrupt changes, showing the challenges in maintaining stability over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to call paper ID 115, delays in the pre-project stage in infra projects using Delphi technique. Author Karthik.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes.
You may share your screen.
Is it visible?
Yes. Please move to the conclusion.
Yeah, sure. Good morning to all. The topic is delays in the pre-project stage in the infrastructure project. It's just the overview what the inter projects are, what type of projects includes in it. Similarly, then my main aim of the presentation of the research is to identify what are the common causes in the pre-project stage of the inter project and what are their implication strategies. First of all, the question is why pre-project stage? It's because whatever it is basically the foundation of each and every project. And why I've chosen this particular sector, this particular state, because it is more crucial and most important really for the whole project. If the foundations or the initial thing goes wrong, definitely the whole project will be going in a very wrong way. The techniques I've used in it is a Delphi technique, which represents a number of experts on that particular topic. So that whatever the questions they ask from, they give a prescribed knowledge about it. The experts is shown here from different expertise, different departments. These are the normal causes of delays and what are the recent factors such as adequate planning and scheduling, influence to the cost overrun, site conditions, material delays. One of the main reasons or the cause of delays, permits problems are there. These are the general delays. This is the experts result, what they have said on the basis of the interview, and according to them, like timeline delays on the regulations approval, for example, permits, environmental delays, EIG reports, EIA reports, and land acquisition reports. Similarly, on the study feasibilities and planning, there is no clarity of the documentations and re-evaluation of designs are considered. Then time is not calculated on the desired output on the desired runs appear on the state. And at last, these are the strategies for reducing these type of delays. The strategies that can be adopted and have to be adopted according to these experts are they should apply for the apply for the permits. Then hire experts on the local area so that all the regulatory forms and all the regulatory approvals should be approved immediately. Then digital performance as India is moving towards a digital side. So digital platforms for the faster permit approval should be taken, and important and feasibility discussion with the stakeholder communication should be maintained. And all the reports, for example, environmental reports, environmental assessment reports, energy reports, EIT reports, and implementations of procurement strategies to minimize the material delay, which is one of the most important reasons. Thank you. This was all from my side.
Yes, I have a question. Actually,
Yes,
you
sir.
have a few strategy to reduce the delay.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, project is associated with the cost. If we
Yes,
apply
sir.
the strategy, so then cost will increase. How to optimize actually? For example,
Sir,
these
yes, sir.
strategy and cost of a particular project will increase. So how we will optimize? How we can say that this delay actually is these strategy are best?
Sir, according to this is the general delays. The thing that you're talking about is the cost. What I have focused here is the pre-project stage. At the initial stage, there are generally some delays, for example, permit delays are now. If you say that the cost has occurred and the costs have gone over the budget, then there is some money, there is retention money, and the insurance monies are there. Then that amount of money is used for that period of time in the delays. When these are used, a certain amount of interest has to be given and has to be taken according to the situation, according to the delays has been done. So a certain amount of stakeholder, that is the stakeholder feasibility study is to be maintained so that retention money, that retention bonds should not be used in the delay.
Okay, thank you for your response.
Thank you. I'd like to call paper ID 116, adoption of DevOps to improve employee management systems quality. Akash Tomar.
Yeah, hi. Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Can you please
All
share
right.
your screen?
Yes, I'm sharing my screen. Is the screen visible?
Yes. Please move to the conclusion since we are short
Sure,
of.
sure. Sure. So I just wanted to give it, okay, this is the like when you're working on any employment management system. So that's my topic. If you wanted to adopt the DevOps principle, which is like a developer and operations team, if they work together and using the right set of tool, you can improve the security, you can improve your system will be always up and running, and that kind of things. So I'm just, this is like a general about information, how to use the employee management system for these are the like area, a payroll compliance and other stuff. These are the like DevOps metrics which we should consider while developing any employee management system, like because that's information we have the PII, personal identification information. That's the some cost information, some like payroll system, and everything are there. So these are the things that we should consider. So this is the overall thing. I just give a snapshot of one area, like when if somebody wanted to enter as a admin or as a user, like as a admin or as a like let's say principal or some professor or some like different staff, how we have to make sure like how we configure the entire thing from the DevOps principle perspective. Like in the VPN, have the right set of like security assessment, have a right set of you can say whenever you are putting some codes and everything, so you have to take care of that. So I'm just, these are like important like SL, SLT, budgets, everything. So these are the like guidelines when you are implementing any employee management system like EMS. Like if you want it to be 100% up and running, if there is some bandwidth, or you can say agreement between your admin who is managing the team versus the owner or like leadership of the entire employee management system. These are the monitoring, which is a critical part. As you can see, the benefit proper monitoring and taking corrective actions against existing service or the related new service decrease chance of failure by the 80%. If you're having the proper monitoring, having the right set of alerts, having the right of set of targets and everything. If you are having a proper security, if your security fundamental is correct, like how you make sure like no one can breach the system. You are updating your software thing, you are updating your patch and everything. You can get this DevOps benefit on that hand. Let me come to the okay, it's on the upside. So the conclusion is basically is DevOps, I think, is well established in the software practices where we like Amazon, Myntra, Adobe, Google, everything, they are calling the DevOps. But on the day-to-day based systems, whenever we like employee management system or attendance system or everything, if we involve the DevOps principle, and if we know, okay, these are the criteria that we should understand, that will give you a better handling of the security issues. You'll not lose your PIA, you'll not lose your data, and definitely your system is always up and running. So that's the conclusion I have.
Thank you, and nice presentation. Actually, I'm not an expert of this field, but I want to ask you a simple question.
Yes, sir.
You are using this DevOps method here. There's any other method for software development?
So software developments are as it depends on the software. Let's say at what stage you are on the software. If you are developing the existing software or new software, so you have to make sure when you are developing a new software, you have to make sure you are adopting the DevOps principle. Basically three sections. When you're designing, what you should consider, when you are implementing, what you should consider, and when you are like when you are testing. So these are the three different key areas. In the designing, the accessibility part that you have to cover up when you're designing, that should based as per the user base. So there are a certain set of tools that required. In the implementation, which is a very critical part where, as I said, these are the like DevOps principle, but these are the backend. The front end part, as one of the presenters shared about the code smell, right? That is the very important thing, like if you're implementing and doing any code merge other stuff. Another thing on the code development part, you have to make sure that your software is not used by the human, which are having a proper, if they are not disabled. Your software is used by the disabled people also. So you have to plan accordingly. So there are certain tools, sir, which you can use in your day-to-day whenever it's a software for a different
Sir?
marketing
Thank
company
you,
or
sir.
the software
for,
that you wanted to use. Okay, sir. Stopping myself. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to call
Paper ID 142, large language model for disease prediction.
Good afternoon, all. I'm going to share my screen.
share your screen.
Okay, ma'am. Now is it visible, ma'am?
Yes. Now please move to the conclusion.
You have, please, we have to complete this session. You have 3 minutes. Please discuss methodology and conclusion.
Okay, ma'am. No problem. No issue. And discuss only this part. No problem. So first of all, my topic is large language models for disease prediction, diagnosis, and healthcare transformation. As you see, I am the author, and my another author is Dr. Anamika Kumari. So these are the introductions. First of all, I would like to say in one line that why we use large language model here to predict different kind of diseases. Basically, in recently, the interaction of artificial intelligence and healthcare has witnessed unpredicted advancements, and some accurately the time diagnosis plays a pivotal role in effective the patient care. So the healthcare professionals often encounter challenges in interpreting and analyzing the vast array of clinical data, especially textual symptom descriptions provided by the patient. So here I have, you can say that the traditional methods of disease diagnosis heavily rely on manual interpretation of symptoms, which can be time consuming or prone to human error. So here I have proposed approach. In this approach, basically I have collected the data from Kaggle. In the data set, we have 1,200 data points and 2 columns like label and the texts. So these the one is disease levels, another one is the symptoms descriptions of the disease. And here I am tokenizing the textual data, like making a stop word, something like that. First of all, I clean the data, and then I will make a data in such a way so system it can be fit in a system. The sequence padding, data splitting, and then model architecture that I have used, a BERT model architecture textured for pretend variants like BERT base and BERT large, differencing in parameters and capacity, where BERT large offers higher capacity but requires more computational resources. Then the data pre-processing like fine-tuning and hyperparameter tuning. So these things we have done, and simultaneously we are building model also where we are using the BERT and LSTM layer. Here you can see the result of this model, where different kinds of disease that is here, and we get the support and precision recall. So that is given in here. What is precision, recall, and F score support. So we have calculated by applying this. These are the references. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Anything I have to discuss?
No. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thanks for your nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to call paper ID 159, the ARIMA model for enhanced software reliability forecasting. Author Anamika Kumari. Ma'am, you're not audible.
Hello. Am I audible to you, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Yes, I'm audible. Just a minute.
Please share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute.
Please unmute.
Sorry for the delay, ma'am. There were some technical issues. Just sharing.
I request you to move to the conclusion since we're short.
Okay. If you open the- Is it visible to you, ma'am, my contents?
The presentation is not visible.
Okay, you are. I'm unsure. Unsure. आवाज लगा वीडियो ओपन नहीं था ना
Yes, then we can call next presenter.
Okay, okay. I need. Okay, just a few minutes.
I'll call you later.
Now I'm ready, ma'am. Is it visible now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Please move to the conclusion.
Okay, okay. Okay. Very good morning to all of you. I'm presenting my paper on the diorama modeling for enhanced of liability testing.
Please show your results.
Okay. This is the introduction. We have used this proposed method. Some statistical formula I have used in this. This is the proposed prediction approach in which we have predicted which kind of model should we select. This is the forecasting and actual predicted values in which we can predict the future values also including these values. We can use it in the lots of things, weather forecasting and lots of application in industrial and integration of AI. These are my references.
Okay, I have a simple question. What is the difference between this ARIMA modeling for enhanced software reliability forecasting and simple software reliability growth models?
Actually, sir, in simple freight models, there is lots of data we are taking. In autoregressive model, we are taking some statistical data in which we can implement some formulas, and for PDF as integers we are counting, and according on the basis of those autoregressive things, we can find out the future values. That suppose we are selling some cars, the next values what will be we can sell, or what's the market values. These we can find out from the autoregressive models.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'd like to call the next paper titled Multi-Criteria Approach to Rank Last Mile Delivery Models for Enhanced Customer Satisfaction. Author Abhimanyu Verma.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much.
Please share your screen.
Yeah.
Kindly move to the results and the conclusion.
So basically, we used triangular fuzzy method for ranking. Actually, there are different modes for last mile delivery. We have chosen three basically. So home delivery, delivery box, and the collection delivery point. And we have various factors affecting the last mile delivery, such as delivery cost, proximity, tracking and traceability, safe delivery of goods, delivery time, speed of delivery. So combining these modes as well as the factors, we have finally made it to the conclusion, ranking these modes of delivery so that it becomes satisfactory for the customers, and also from the perspective of the supplier or the person who is making the last mile delivery, the company, so that it is win-win situation for both. So in that case, we have taken the expert feedback to finally come to a conclusion, taking both the perspectives. So we have used AHP as well as the fuzzified factors. And these are the references. Shall I explain further?
Can you explain what is
Hello.
Yes,
Yeah, I have a question. Can you please explain which MCDM have you used? Because since you mentioned AHP, then you just showed the defalsified criteria. This is for what method?
Basically to have the comparison matrix based on the
That is AHP, but have you used fuzzy AHP or just AHP?
no AHP, and that is actually the scale that we have taken.
Sorry, okay. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Concluding this session, I'd like to thank all the presenters for their contribution. And I express my gratitude to the chairman for their valuable time. Please move to F3 hall.
Thank you.
भावना गंभीर हाँ जी
Push. Good. You shall we begin? Good afternoon, gentlemen. We are beginning with parallel session 15. Our chair is Dr. Vijay Kumar, and our speakers are Dr. Gaurav Mishra and Vivek Kumar. Dr. Gaurav Mishra is doing doctorate and degree in mathematics from Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. He is presently working as an associate professor in Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Greater Noida campus. He received his integrated MSc in mathematics and computer science from Dr. B.R.A. University, Agra, UP. He has published several research papers in the area of software reliability, vulnerability, and optimization in international journals and conferences. His current research interests include software reliability growth modeling, mathematical modeling, and data analytics. He is a life member of Society for Reliability Engineering, Quality and Operations Management. Dr. Vivek Kumar. Dr. Vivek Kumar is an assistant professor at Amity International Business School, Amity University, Noida. He has received his PhD, MPhil, and MSc in published paper and international journals of in conferences proceeding of repute. He is governing body and lifting member of the Society of Reliability Engineering, Quality and Operations Management, EQOM. He is an associate editor, International Journal of System Assurance Engineering and Management. In 2018, Dr. Kumar was recognized as a young promising researcher of international repute by President of SREQOM. He has also co-edited a book entitled Reliability for Industrial Process, published by Skinner. Dr. Kumar has served as an active reviewer for many peer-reviewed journals and has always participated in various international conferences in different roles. Now we will begin with the sessions. I would like to welcome K. Loknath, paper ID 19. Topic is analyzing barriers and enables the bridging gaps in TQM practices within research and development organization in Northeast India. Mr. Loknathan, are you online?
In lieu of Dr. M.K. Loganathan, myself, Bhaskar Raskwa, will be presenting. I'm the second author.
Okay, sir. So you will get only 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay.
You may start.
Good afternoon, chairpersons, Professor Vijay Kumar, Dr. Gaurav Mishra, Dr. Vivek Kumar. My paper ID is 19 and paper title is Analyzing the Barriers and Enablers for Bridging Gaps in TQM Practices within the Research and Development Organizations in Northeast India. The first author is Dr. M.K. Loganathan, Principal Dean, School of Engineering and Technology, and Professor Suresh Gyanvihar University, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Myself, Bhaskar Raskwa, Research Scholar from the School of Business, Assam Kaziranga University, Jorhat. And my co-authors, Professor Dr. P.K. Kapoor, Director, Amity Center for Interdisciplinary Research, Amity University, Noida, and Dr. Dorothy Dutta, Assistant Professor, School of Business, Assam Kaziranga University, Jorhat.
Request you to please show your methodology and results.
I'm presenting it on the form of this particular contents. The research gaps is the what we are trying to do in this paper is to find out the enablers and barriers for bridging the gaps in TQM practices within the research and development organizations in Northeast India. The enablers mostly for the TQM are human resource, financial resource, the infrastructure resource, knowledge resource, academic and research experience, and policy regulation. And the barriers are the behavioral aspect, the technical aspect, organization and cultural resistance, strategic aspect, and performance appraisal aspect. The methodology that we are using based on the enablers for the TQM in any R&D organizations, this human resource, financial resource, infrastructure resource, knowledge resource, and academic research experience and policy regulations, we have interacted largely with the scientists in different levels in a particular R&D organizations in Northeast India. And on that basis, we have prepared a diagram model for the enabler. As we can see from the diagram model, the financial resource is influencing the human resource, the academic research experience, also the knowledge resource, and the infrastructure facility. Similarly, the policy regulations also influence the infrastructure facility, the financial resource, and human resource. The human resource also influence the academic research experience, and the academic research and experience also influences the human resource, and so on. And based on this diagraph model for the enabler was prepared. And on this diagraph model, on the basis of this diagraph model, we have prepared a matrix and a permanent equation where the enabler index can be seen as a equation 1, and the permanent equation for the same is as the equation 2. Then from the figure of linguistic term to fuzzy numbers conversion in the 5-point scale, this is standard that from the figure we have find this on the table of conversion of linguistic term, that is the severity rating in the CRISP score of the severity value. The linguistic term low, below average, average, above average, and high. And the CRISP numbers are this, which are taken from the graph. On the basis of that value, when we put it in the permanent matrix, the enabler index becomes this, which is represented as tray. The conclusion is the enablers are identified for the typical R&D lab in the Northeast region. The interrelationship between the different enablers are modeled using the diagram. The diagraph is again converted into a matrix. The matrix was solved to obtain the enabler index. After solving the permanent matrix using the MATLAB program, we obtained the value of enabler index as 1.60893. This enabler index is only for one R&D lab. Similar data can be obtained from the different R&D labs of Northeast India, and this enabler index of different labs can be compared. The more the enabler index of a R&D lab, the more will be the TQM performance in the R&D lab. That we have found out. That's also. These are the references that we have gone through.
Yeah, so, are you Bhaskar Rajkowala?
Bhaskar Rajkowala.
Yeah. Bhaskar, I think you have cited only 10 research papers.
Pardon, sir?
You have cited only 10 research papers that you have shown in reference.
Pardon, sir? I'm not getting you.
You used only 10 research papers. Shown the last slide, reference slide, you have shown 10 references only in that, I think. Could you please read your presentation? Bhaskar?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Could you please share your presentation? Let's go to the next slide. Please, yeah. So, 10 references for your work, yes? Is it okay?
So, actually, these I'm showing you this.
Just instead of the page of conclusion, you have shown
These are the key literature that we have gone through, sir.
What is the key literature? Could this be conclusion, please?
Sir?
Conclusion, please. Show the conclusion.
Or conclusion. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So you have first conclusion. The labors are identified for a typical R&D lab of the northeast. Share is the what R&D lab you have used. How do you get these numbers? The diagram I showed earlier in the work. How did you reach to that diagram actually?
Actually, sir. Say, actually, I'm not getting you properly because the sound is fluctuating, sir.
We are asking How did you identify your model? You are saying in the first conclusion, the enablers are identified for a typical R&D lab of the Northeast region. Okay. First, my question is, what R&D lab you have referring here? Which
The
R&D lab you are referring here? And
mostly,
second question is,
mostly the R&D labs in the Northeast. We have around 7 R&D labs. Among them, I have taken the most elite R&D lab in the Northeast region, and the enablers mostly we found out from the literature, and then secondly we have interacted sufficiently with different levels of scientists in the particular R&D lab, based on which these enablers were identified, sir.
yeah, but you
Hello.
You have mentioned about it now. Which R&D lab you are using? I'm asking the name of the R&D lab. If you can share it.
This particular thing that we have done is from the CSIR Northeast Institute of Science and Technology. It is called CSIR NIST and located at Johar.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Oscar. Please.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vaskar.
Thank you.
Now we'll proceed to paper ID 33, Banking Transformation through Adoption of Metaverse, Indian Context. Anamika Singh. Miss Anamika, are you online?
Hello. Hello.
Hello, yes.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. My name is Ashish Srivastava. I'm just requesting you if you can schedule my presentation now, because I'm having another presentation in IEEE conference in the same time. So it will be great if you can schedule my presentation now.
Okay, sir. After this, you can give a presentation. Now, Anamika Singh?
Sorry?
No, I'm addressing Miss Anamika. It's her turn. Miss Anamika? Paper ID 130, a comprehensive examination of connection between industry 4.0 and lean manufacturing, the impact of lean manufacturing and industry 4.0 in the industry. Ashish Srivastava.
Thank you.
You'll get only 5 minutes for your presentation.
Yeah, sure.
So please share your screen. Mr. Ashish.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I hope so. Everyone is able to see my screen.
Yes, sir. You can begin.
Yeah. So this is my paper. This is my review paper. Basically, this is not the analytical research paper. So the title of my paper is Empirical Investigation of Indian Automobile Industry Using Lean Transformation Integrated with Industry 4.0. And this is the abstract. So lean manufacturing is viewed as a potential technology to decrease cost and enhance the automobile industry's productivity. So the success of lean manufacturing demands conscious and consistent attempts from the industry. So basically, I'm trying to connect Industry 4.0 and lean manufacturing in this paper, and also I want to express that what is the impact of Industry 4.0 and lean manufacturing, especially in the automobile industry. So what is the lean manufacturing? Basically, lean manufacturing was invented by Toyota in 1971, and the main focus area of the lean manufacturing is to reduce the waste. There are 8 types of waste. Generally, we are
I think so know about these things. You can directly come to the methodology use and conclusion.
okay. So I have done the research literature review here. Uh, we have used the Prisma model here, and out of that, this is the research gap generally we have found that Lean and Industry 4.0 studies the interdisciplinary in the nature and top 5 categories like computer science, engineering, industrial management. So generally, there's a research gap is here because in Indian automobile industries, Industry 4.0 is not so much prominently going to be using. And this is one of the reason the efficiency is also not up to the mark as compared to other countries like Japan and European countries. So if Industry 4.0 and Lean is going to be interrelated with each other, so with the help of different techniques like IoT and big data and other techniques, we are able to reduce a lot of waste, as well as we are going to improve the efficiency and productivity. So the conclusion is that Indian industry strive to attain lean manufacturing, but not every organization successfully performs and implements its benefits. So the initial conceptualization for the automobile sector, that lean philosophy is being adopted by the maintenance sector. And this paper present the development path in the field of integration of lean with Industry 4.0 based on bibliometric approach to find out the future research. Okay, so furthermore, from the statistical analysis, it is observed that the University of Minnesota is the best organization for contributing most of the paper in the field, according to the finding, and while Dennis Goldberg is the most influential author based on the citation score there. So this was the conclusion, and not enough papers actually wrote on this topic, and there is a lot of scope to find out the integration of lean and Industry 4.0 in the future.
Ashish Srivastava ji, you like used mathematics complex, it's just a conceptual idea.
Sir, I'm not able to hear you properly. Hello?
Hello, are you able to listen me?
Sir, the voice is breaking, sir.
I'm asking, your conclusion is based on any type of mathematics, or it is just a conceptual idea you have?
This is just a conceptual idea. So this was the research just based on the research papers and review papers. So this was just a conceptual idea.
Can you apply it in somewhere or not?
No, no, sir.
Not right now. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
This one. Now I would like to call paper ID 57, Bhavna Gandhir, Goal of Workplace Spirituality, Psychological Distress in a Private School Teacher, a Teacher Perceived Paragraph.
हेलो कौन सा वाला अच्छा मैं अभी कैंपस में हूँ अभी जनता कैंपस से बाहर निकला हुआ
नीचे है
सर को पता है सबको सर से ज्वाइन कराने के निकला हूँ
सॉरी
रोल
हाँ भी
Somebody please raise it. Demonstration. Refresh now. Right click. You call the next one. Yeah. 146. Dr. Mr. Bhushan Mishra, investigating the spillover effect of implied volatility and nifty returns in different time periods with reference to index option and a multivariate GARCH approach.
Yeah, very good afternoon, Chair. So myself, Bhakti Bhushan Mishra, I am the faculty of MIT Global Business School Noida and research scholar in PhD right now with ACCF. My co-authors are Dr. Namita Sahai and Dr. Preeti Sharma. And the topic is investigating the spillover effect of the implied volatility on Nifty return in different time period. Special reference to the index option, a multivariate GARCH approach. So the volatility is the integral part of the financial market. Theoretical French et al. Was the first to discuss about the dynamic relationship between market volatility and the market return. So they find a negative correlation between the volatility and the market return. Historical volatility and implied volatility are the two different measures of the volatility. As the actually historical volatility is measured with the historical data of the underlying asset, while the implied volatility is towards the looking forward measures of the volatility captured by the reverse process of the Black-Scholes pricing model of the options. This is the Chicago Board of Option Exchange was the first to introduce the volatility index in 1993 to capture the real-time implied volatility derived from the index option price data of standard and poor index of 100. Inline NSE also introduced own implied volatility index, India VIX, in April 2008 with the slight difference in the methodology of the calculation, while the actually CBOE calculate the mathematics of the option pricing. India NSE calculate actually take into consideration the order book of the options. So it is more advanced with respect to the CBOE. So we have been witnessing the spurt in the large market participation, especially post-COVID. Number of demat account has been Pre-COVID, it was around 4 crore number only, and now it is 14 crore. Likewise, if we talk about the NSE cash segment trade data daily, it is around 1 lakh crore, yani 1 trillion crore, 1 trillion rupees. Okay, while we talk about the derivative segment, it is 300 trillion rupees daily turnover data in NSE, of which around 80% data is only related to the index. So we can say that the market regime has a derivative segment is having 3 times more powerful data of the volume of the market than underlying cash. Rather than the historical volatility, implied volatility in the present regime makes the sense to capture the volatility measure and the impact of underlying assets. So there are certain literature reviews which I have done. I have done around 45 papers reviewed actually for this paper. Study by all and the market volatility increase are related with the decrease in stock prices and decrease in future returns. So that's the first actually implied volatility. Then Ang et al. Studied whether stock with higher sensitive changes in the market have higher or lower return sensitivity. Bali et al. Have expanded on this line and reported an important channel market volatility that stock return. However, the implied volatility contains valuable about the future market movement. Then Anderson demonstrates the power of the asset return and market. Rama, this figure saw in implied volatility is a powerful tool to understand and mitigate the ever-present threat of price swing. Levish demonstrates the importance of incorporating jumps and stochastic volatility in modeling option prices, particularly during periods of the market. Shailia, their working paper introduced non-parametric methods for estimating and forecasting volatility, which outperform traditional. Federal mentioned that advanced model incorporate jumps, leverage effect, and other from the Black-Scholes assumption, striving for more. After I actually gone through this paper, this is actually and finds that integrating machine learning techniques with the traditional methods promise enhanced implied volatility estimation.
Sir,
Yeah.
can so that we
Yes,
can and then come to data
Yes,
part,
sure,
right?
sure. So this is the research gap. Actually, I find researchers active with the relationship between the historical volatility and daily market return, but we find that there is a requirement dynamic relationship between implied volatility and the market return in different time periods, the weekly and monthly. So actually now at time, different expiries are available in the market to trade. So it is obvious to good to actually find the relationship of the impact on spillover impact on the weekly and monthly returns for the different actually expiries in the NSE. Second, the researchers have developed a model to predict the future volatility using the GAR, while we propose DCC, that is dynamic conditional covariance GAR model to provide insight conditional volatility and the correlation dynamic. Also, we find that there is a requirement to assess the Nifty return for different expiries, weekly and monthly, at the different levels. So as to have software what would be the range of the Nifty in the coming days. Based on that, there are certain research questions which we have designed. Is correlation movement between the Nifty return and which time vary? Second, to return and volatility effects spillover between Nifty return and VIX. And third, how does the level of VIX influence the establishment of minimum and maximum range of return and option expiry. Actually, in the recent SEBI report, you must have read about that SEBI of 10 traders, at least 9 lose the money. And at that 80% data in the volume actually are coming from the option. So this particular actually question is very valid now at time to actually decide the rate of the Nifty on the basis of the volatility level for a given volatility level in the different time frame, weekly expiries and monthly expiries. So we have actually taken the data, daily data of the Nifty on the 2nd March 2019 to January 2024, around 15 years data, large data, total of the data source is the nseindia.com. This is the secondary data. Economic framed in the form of simple OLS and R-guard type. The current study employs multivariate guards model to capture the time varying correlation and movement and spillover effect of VIX and Nifty. The dynamic model explain the following equation: Ft plus K is equal to dt plus K, RT plus K into dt plus K. So Ft plus K is the factor of all the covariance and the variance. Dt plus K is a diagonal matrix with the univariate forecast. RT plus K is the conditional correlation matrix. This is the factor regressive model. So here we find that the leg 1 of the Nifty return and leg 6 and 7 are significant. Rest are not, as the p value is less than 5 only in these legs. VIX value is also significant. Then we actually apply this multivariate guards model, and combined p value of alpha beta is less than 5. Here we can check. And joint effect of alpha and beta estimate is less than 100. So model is significantly fit. This is very important with respect to the current market scenario. This is actually this picture depicting about the maximum and minimum Nifty return for conclusion. The DCC guard into the conditional volatility and the correlation dynamics of Nifty return and VIX. Both series shows statistically significant coefficient in the guards model, indicating the importance of past information in predicting the current volatility. The DCC coefficient suggests the presence of dynamic correlations between the two series. The information criteria support the adequacy of the model in explaining the observed data. The interpretation of these parameters can be crucial for risk management of portfolio optimization in financial applications. The managerial implications, the insights gleaned from the DCC guard model analysis, particularly regarding the conditional volatility and the correlation dynamics between Nifty return and the VIX, hold a critical implication for risk management and portfolio optimization in the financial applications. The model statistically significant coefficient underscored information in predicting the current volatility. While the dynamic correlation revealed by the DCC coefficient offer valuable guidance for portfolio diversification and asset allocation strategy. Incorporating these insights allows financial managers to develop improve volatility forecasting accuracy and evaluate risk return trade-off more effectively. Additionally, stress testing and scenario analysis can be enhanced, adding regularity compliance efforts and ultimately contributing to better financial decision making and performance. Thank you.
Please wind up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for such valuable insights, and let me first congratulate you for such wonderful research. Few limitations which I observed, like in literature review, you started your literature review for the year 1991.
Yes, sir.
Then the second paper you took in the year 1998. Then the next was in 2003, then 2006. Actually, there's a huge gap. So in between, you are not able to find out the literature, like
Actually, sir, these are some important notable papers which I mentioned here. Otherwise, I have done 45 research papers. Actually, I have reviewed. And these are in sequence of the topics only, the whatever the keywords I used. Okay, this is not actually in the time manner only. So
Major.
yeah, definitely there are, sir. There
I
are.
would request you to kindly include that
Yes,
research
sir. Yes,
also.
sir. In the detailed paper, it has been.
Sir, one more thing, you have developed a model that has managerial implication, that you beautifully explained the managerial implications as well.
Thank you.
But I would also recommend you to also develop implications in terms of how it can be applied in the form of academics.
Yes, sir.
That model can be created, that can be taught to students.
Definitely, sir. Definitely.
That's it from my side.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any question from you, sir?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This psychological distress among private school teachers, a teacher perceived paradigm.
A very good afternoon, my prestigious faculty members. I am a research scholar from Jamia Hamdard, and my topic is role of workplace spirituality, psychological distress among private school teachers in a teacher's perceived paradigm. Uh, Let me explain what is workplace spirituality and how is it different from religion. Religion is something which you gather from your society, from your family members, whereas workplace spirituality is a practical implication. Spirituality is much more above than religion. If I am not demeaning someone's spiritual values because people come from various backgrounds and it is a multidisciplinary topic which I have taken. I am a HR person and I have taken psychology in my research as well. If a person is an atheist, it doesn't mean that he or she is not spiritual. Spirituality means what is right and what is wrong for you. If you are an atheist, you can be spiritual. So this is the basic difference between workplace spirituality. And now moving to, let's me not waste my more time. This is something which I need to tell. We are human beings out by way of our experiences. If you are spiritual, you will do your work with complete dedication, hard work. Mere earning money is not the sole purpose. You will have a good cordial relationship with your co-workers. This is my purpose of study. This term workplace spirituality was coined in 1980s. Later on, the major gap which I saw in various research papers by using the Prisma approach. 180 papers I have taken using the inclusion and including an criteria. I have with the using conical approach. I have came to only 55 papers. And these papers were taken from various like School of Management, psychology, research papers. Data was taken from Scopus, Web of Science, Research Gate, and what I have gathered from that research papers is that everyone has worked on workplace spirituality, psychological distress. But what about mindfulness? Being an HR person, what mindfulness activities are you using for the teachers? Because if a teacher is not mentally fit, he or she cannot deal with the students. That's what I personally felt. And my gaps in the existing literature is absence of mindfulness activity. That is my major independent variable. Let me move on to what my proposed model. This in this spirituality is my dependent variable, and my three major independent variables are health-related behavior, psychological well-being, and mindfulness. I have used a established scale that was given by His in 2004 and Metlek in 2002, and the reliability indicator is alpha 0.903. There are, in my questionnaire, there are around 22 statements. As there are three independent variables in my proposed model, so ANOVA test is used because three independent variables are there, and each independent variable is having six major statements. In health-related behavior, I have discussed about their how much food they are taking. Are they taking a good amount of food in their recess? In psychological well-being, we are discussing about stress.
We have
How many?
results of ANOVA. Can we have?
Yeah, sure. Can I explain you the hypothesis relationship between two or directly?
Can be explained while you'll be
Okay,
showing the
no
table.
worries. This is my demographic distribution. This is my model summary. As you can see that the R-square value is 0.177, that is 17% relationship between the dependent and the independent variable. These are my dependent variable is workplace spirituality, whereas my independent variable is mindfulness, psychological well-being, and health-related behavior.
Can I have the first one? The previous, yeah, this.
This one, okay. As you can see that the Bergen-Watson value is 1.972, which is less than 2. So it states that my model is fit.
Why is there such difference, huge difference in your R value and R square value?
So
it's 0.42, the R value, and your R square value is 0.17.
yeah, that is 17% of relationship between the dependent and the independent variable.
At 17%, are you accepting it?
Sir,
Rejecting the hypothesis?
I can agree with you that you are giving me a valid statement that yes, the variability is not that much. It must be greater than this. But if I'll see the theoretical backed up with my research that the Durbin-Watson model comes out, which states that it should be less than 2, and it comes out to be that one. But as I give due consideration to your work, so I think the variability must be more.
What is the outcome of this model? Are you accepting the hypothesis or you're rejecting it? My question to you is that. On 17% of adjusted R square value, what do you do? Whether you accept the hypothesis or you're
So
rejecting
there are
it?
multiple hypotheses. I cannot say that all the hypotheses are accepted, but
For the latent variable, let's say for the latent variable, what the capsulating, you must be capsulating on the
yes,
variables into
yes,
latent
I am
variable.
encapsulating. Agreed.
On the latent variable for this value, are you accepting it or rejecting
No,
it?
sir, I am rejecting it.
Okay.
And the significance value is which is less than 0.05. So it states by ANOVA that it can be acceptable. And if I'll talk about the relationship between the two, my age and gender are the control variables. Type of education impacting the psychological well-being is not that much. Mindfulness is having a direct relationship with spirituality. Health-related behavior is also having a direct impact with spirituality. And the dotted line states that I have already written this because this is a proposed model established by Department of Psychology. So I have taken this established model from them, and as a research gap, I have added one variable mindfulness in it.
One more limitation, let me tell you, in your topic, you are talking about spirituality. When you talk about your research gap, there you are talking about mindfulness.
Yes.
They are two different concepts, which you are mentioning in your model also.
Mhm.
So your research gap should be talking about the topic itself rather than the element of that main topic.
Okay. Okay. Agreed, sir. Actually, this topic is related with my research, so I have taken just a variable of it to represent it. My research work is still going on in this area. I hope you like it, and I'll add some more areas if you will.
I have one just query. You had mentioned theoretical model. Is your conceptual model? It is a theoretical model.
Sir, actually, I have adopted that model from Hedson and Metlek in 2004 and 2002. And my one independent variable I have added is mindfulness.
How you added mindfulness?
Because, sir, I'm not attaching my emotions to this research. I have worked with people. So I know when I personally met them, when I had a word with them, I have seen that the teachers are very much overloaded with work. There are no such amount of mindfulness activities for them. And if a teacher cannot be mentally fit, how can he make the classroom so attractive and, adjusting with them? This is the major problem of today's arena, because everyone is smart. Then why are we here? Because robotic industry is there, artificial intelligence is there. Then what is the purpose of being a teacher?
So for HR person, this must be included. In when I personally visit 3 major schools in Northwest Delhi, I personally encountered with various school teachers, and when I met with the department and the management team, I get to know that how much work they are putting for their teachers, because it is totally interrelated with their job performance.
How many teachers you talked?
195.
195 teachers.
Yeah.
What have you done a structured interview?
Yes, sir.
What type of questions you were asked?
Sir, okay.
I am not asking for your research, but I am asking to adding mindfulness.
Yes, sir.
For that, you have done a structured interview with 190 teachers.
195.
195
Yeah.
teachers, and
Yes.
then you decided to add
Yes,
this. Okay,
yes.
one part. Second part, have you got any literature which says what a moderating role you are showing? It is mindfulness.
Sir, yes,
Oh.
it is moderated.
Have you got any paper which says that
Yes,
psychological
not
help
in India. In India, in international level, it is there in the Department of Psychology only. But if I talk about Indian Delhi, because I have targeted West Delhi and Northwest Delhi, then I met them personally, because it's a very prominent schools of Delhi, one of the best schools of Delhi. When I met them and I had a word with them, I got to know
just
about their
one correction I
personalities.
want to make.
Yeah.
You are adding a lot of researcher bias,
I agree.
which is not needed. Right?
Mhm.
In a research, we never add. Whatever perception you are adding, that shows that you know it. And if you know it, then what is need to have a research? First thing. Second thing, research is always driven by literature, one part. If literature says so, and you propose, it can be considered. Another thing, we do not know whether the path is going to be significant or whether it is not going to be significant.
Mhm.
Right?
Mhm.
So one part. Second thing, type of education. What do you mean by type of education?
Sorry, sir, will you please
Type
repeat?
of education which you mentioned.
Type of education, like in my questionnaire, I have done post-graduation, doctoral, graduation,
Then that is
professional
a
degree.
qualification. It has nothing to do with the education.
Sir,
And how you get this definition of types of education? From which literature you give this definition of type of education?
sir, it is given in the 2020 title, Relationship Between Spirituality, Human Resource Behavior, and Psychological Well-being, Frontier in Psychology. It
That
is
is one part. I'm asking type of education which you mentioned.
The selection of
How
what is the
the
you should be mentioning rather than type of education.
okay.
And one more suggestion, you should not be only including the demographic elements to measure the spirituality and the mindfulness of the individual. Here, you're only considering the demographic factors, as well as you are only considering certain regions of Delhi. You should be keeping your research a bit wide open, and 190 sample size is not
Very
sufficient.
less. Mhm.
I would suggest you to work it on
Okay, sir.
much more and include the other element, increase the area of your research, and then it can be converted into a better way.
Okay, got it.
And I believe that whatever the word, even health related behaviors you're putting down, and you are saying you're talking about a student engagement part. How can a teacher engage the student while teaching? That is the part which you're mentioning, but no, it is nowhere reflecting. Right. Another part, you have not taken any parameters which is talking about pedagogical, or it is talking about teaching style, or anything is there. What you had mentioned, robotic teacher, I tell you, we are working in an area what is called machine teachers, right? We are trying to see if artificial intelligence teachers has been asked to teach the student, whether the student is going to adopt it or not. There are functional levels, there are rational levels, right? So I believe that whatever the way you are developing your research model, it is required more rigor, and it has to refine. Otherwise, I do not know whether you're doing thesis work. What is this? It is just paper only.
It's just a paper. It's not my
If it
thesis
is
work.
just a paper, then it can be, you have to refine it, and please discuss with your guide also.
Sure.
Because whatever model you are proposing, it will not give any relevant, because it is not having that. And another thing is that how you're going to measure, have you defined the items and our statements on which you're going to measure health related behaviors? Then comes spirituality, how you measure. And another thing, contextualization is very important, because you are saying for teachers, right? So the contextualization, how you're going to define it, I don't know. And as Sir has already given you a lot of input in this regard. So we suggest you're a young researcher, redefine your conceptual framework so that you can write research.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So you should have mentioned that, no? I mean, it's an existing model and you've added a variable to it. So you must add it, I mean, like, I think you've created.
Sure, ma'am. In the
You
site,
should, yes,
as a
you
source
must
code you are
very, very
saying.
clearly, because that's what you said, no? This is the model which is already existing,
Yes,
right? So you must make it a this thing that you are, adopting that model and, with a little
yes, ma'am.
change, right? So
Okay.
that needs to be credited to the original
Okay. Thank you
person.
so much for your kindness.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Shivani Tiwari. She has joined the conference earlier. She's an assistant professor in the Department of Mathematics, Jeetam University, Bengaluru. She is chairing the session. Welcome, ma'am. Next, we have paper ID 42. Dr. Yogesh, external failure and its effect on out-of-pocket expenditure, SAARC nations, global financing strategies. Dr. Yogesh Chandra.
Yes, I am available. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Huh.
Slide, you will get 5 minutes for your presentation.
Dr. Yogesh, I am available. Should I start the presentation?
Yes, sir, you can start.
Okay, thus I am sharing my screen. Okay, I think screen is being shared.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, screen is. Sir. Okay, good afternoon to everybody, all the panel members and the other research scholars. I'm Dr. Yogesh Chandra. I'm a PhD research scholar at the MIT Institute of Public Health and the Hospital Administration. And professionally, I'm a clinical doctor. I'm practicing the healthcare sciences. My topic is external funding and its effect on the out-of-pocket expenditure in the SAARC nations and global health financing strategies. This is the, you can say this is a graphical abstract of the paper. And if we see, there are few factors which are responsible for the out-of-pocket expenditure. One is the poor infrastructure. One is the poor healthcare financing. These are the two prominent factors. There are various other factors are also there. And these are the agencies which we can consider as the international agencies which help in the financing the services, healthcare services in the various country. And if you utilize all the contribution from all this kind of external funding, then definitely we can do a lot of improvement in the healthcare sector by this healthcare to healthcare diplomacy in terms of the medical tourism, promotion of the preventive and the promotive care. That is very important. And third one is the a lot of research is required on this part for making the treatment clinical services cost effective and all. And this is basically the part of the national health account. And national account, there are four components. One is the source of healthcare expenditure. Second, who manages that particular resources, and who provides healthcare services, and ultimately what kind of services are being provided. So these are the four major components which are being studied in the national health account by the every country of the world, and they are creating such kind of data. And the impact of the external funding on the out-of-pocket expenditure is a very, very critical area. As we can say, in the developing country, most of the expenditure, 60 to 70% expenditure is on the part of the healthcare expenditure is from the out-of-the-pocket expenditure. Means if the person who is availing the facility, healthcare facility, he has to
I
pay
will
from his
request
own
you to
pocket.
kindly skip to the objectives, research
Okay,
objectives.
okay. Just try coming, sir. So these are the basically, as I mentioned in the graphical abstract, there are the 3-4 agencies, major agencies, World Health Organization, World Bank, and all that. They are providing all that. These are the few previous studies. I have just included 2 here. Otherwise, I have done 34 studies, literature review part. But because of the paucity of the time, I included these 2 parts. And my objective of study is to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the pattern of obtains in the external funding for the healthcare in the SAARC nations, and to provide recommendation for optimizing global financing strategies to reduce healthcare expenditure and improve healthcare efficiency in the SAARC region. So basically, my research methodology is a descriptive kind of study, and my data source is the global GHG global health care data, which is available on the net. And I have taken 2 indicators, external health expenditure and the out-of-pocket expenditures. And based on that, I have taken this data for the 10 years.
from 2011 to 2020. Data analysis is the descriptive statistics used to analyze the data. MS Excel and the Tableau desktop public additions, they are used for the same. And there is no other sources available. There is no issue of any kind of research ethics as data is easily available. So there is no need of any consent. And these are the just I have included some pictures. I have just made through this Tableau and all that. They are showing the trend of the external health expenditure and out-of-pocket expenditure, how they are relating in terms of the 8 SAARC nations. So this is the Bangladesh, this is the Bhutan. We see the pattern of the expenditure in the external health expenditure and the out-of-pocket expenditure, which is taken as the percentage of the current health expenditure. This is the India we see, and this is the Maldives, Nepal, this is the Pakistan, and this is the Sri Lanka. So basically, the finding is something like that. The external in Afghanistan, because a lot of political instability is there, so there is the poor status of the healthcare structure, so they need more external financing. In terms of the Pakistan, also situations are grossly not the same, but things are almost same. And in the Bhutan, a lot of traditional medicine practices is there. They are following. In India, still we are doing better, most populous country, but still we are doing better in terms of the, and we are less reliant on the external financing. We are much more reliant on our resources. And the Maldives, it is famous for the medical tourism because of this geographical location and the climate and other various other things. And Nepal is also lacking in a lot of facilities, basic facilities. That is why they are also attracting a lot of external funding. So my recommendation is of this study is that the study suggests that there is a lot of scope for utilizing this external healthcare financing, and which is very much helpful in the reducing the out-of-pocket expenditure. And in this, we can suggest there is an exuberant scope of the investing in the SAARC nation in the healthcare, particularly in the Afghanistan, Nepal, and Bhutan, which are reliant on the health expenditure. So we can utilize the, we can develop some kind of the healthcare diplomacy, and through which we can, as India, they can contribute as an external financing agent in these countries. And second, Maldives is facing challenges in the pharmacy sector because drugs, most of the consumption from the out-of-pocket expenditure that is being done on the pharmacy sector. And India is globally known for its pharmacy sector. So India can utilize this kind of opportunity. Bhutan, again, I'm telling this, they are utilizing the traditional medicine, and India is the hub of this rich heritage of the INBUSH, Ayurveda, Siddha, and the homeopathy. So definitely India can think upon to utilize, exploit or explore the feasibility of utilizing all these facilities in the Bhutan country. And all the SAARC nations, they should come along and they should
Sir, can you
optimize the
please
research.
name the first one short of time?
Okay, sir. Just I have finished, sir. The cost-effective healthcare intervention and the medical tourism policies that explore the feasibility of the more healthcare financing scheme to reduce the out-of-pocket expenditure, sir. These are the references, sir, and that is all the short snap of my research paper of what I have done. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you so much, sir. Any questions on the panel, Dr. Namita, Dr. Gaurav, Dr. Gupta?
Out of pocket expenditure that you're talking about.
Yes, yes,
Can
ma'am.
you take me to your initial slides, your objective?
Okay.
And your data, because I think the data that you've collected comes with a lag. So till what, what is the duration of the time, what is the time period of your data collection?
It's ma'am, it has been taken for the 10 years from 2011 to 2020.
2000?
20.
Okay, so that's the final data that is available on the websites.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not updated because we are in 2024 right now. So
Ma'am,
lot has changed,
Ma'am, problem is that still the data for the 2022 and 23 for all these SAARC nations, they are not available
Yeah,
on the
because
net.
that's what I'm saying, data comes with a lot of lag. Okay, so what is this out-of-pocket expenditure that you're talking about here? If you could just take me to your objectives.
Out of pocket, you are out of pocket expenditure.
Just take that, please, just put that slide on where you're stating your objectives.
Okay.
Yeah, so what is this comprehensive analysis? I mean, what all have you done into this particular?
Ma'am, because if we see this graph and the chart for the drawn for the each and every countries, so these are the some basic 2-3 line I have mentioned in this
Just
slide.
interpret that. Okay, just one line quickly because I know that we're running short of time. So yes, how do you
Otherwise, detail has been shown. Detail has been reflected in the paper. What are the factors? How these
Okay,
things
just
are
tell
being.
me in one line. Fine, I don't want to get into details, but what is this graph actually indicating?
This graph indicates, ma'am, if you see that this is the red line that shows that shows the external health expenditure as a part of the
The
current.
analysis part is missing, and that's what I'm saying, and the analysis part is missing. And maybe you can just add on, we want to say something. Ravi?
Okay, ma'am.
In terms of recommendations, also are mentioning these things already being done in past 4 years because your data is outdated. Done your data analysis for that ended in 2021. All the recommendations which you are giving, it
Sir, your voice is not audible, sir. You are not audible, sir.
analysis. Here you're not doing any analysis rather than you're just presenting the data. You're doing a comprehensive presentation of the secondary data.
This is a comprehensive presentation of the secondary data, sir.
Yes,
but
but in your objective, you are mentioning comprehensive. You have not applied any comprehensive tool, analytical tool here. What
No,
you're
sir.
doing is you're taking up a secondary data and putting up into a software called Tableau and just presenting your data. Are you getting my point?
This is only, sir, descriptive status. I didn't use any kind of inferential statistics for the same, sir.
Yes, you are not doing any sort of analysis. When you talk about in your objective that you are doing an analysis, you should be using a tool, analyzing a variable, creating your own model, which you are not doing. So you need to rework on your objectives as well as you need to include the contemporary research. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
You are trying recommendations for optimizing global health. So what is the optimization technique that you're using? You're talking, the objective talks, it's a very tall objective, optimizing the global health, that strategy. Just please take it back to the objectives.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And why, this is a very, very healthcare financing is a very, very important topic. But why is it all the more important? Because of the COVID pandemic. And I don't know how much of your data you need to really incorporate that, but that'll make a lot of difference because countries have really, done a lot of changes after the COVID. The way, countries have come out with the policies and even like our Bharat, all that, so Ayush, you're talking of, you're talking of Bhutan, but you really need to incorporate all that, right? So maybe you can just do a little bit of improvement, go see that, what all analytical tools you can include to make your paper more, fun. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Definitely, I will do that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
We have the next presentation.
Thank you, sir. You can stop your screen share. For next, we have paper ID 33, banking transformation through adoption hours in context. Paper authors are Anika Singh, Anjali Luthra, and Sinagar. Harshita Sood is presenting the paper.
अरे तुमने लिया नहीं क्या सामान उससे?
ले लिया, जब वो पैसे के लिए बोल रहा था जब तो very unfortunate for the in finance topics are coming. Actually, I had a guest problem in bank. I was the guest in my 2 year banking yesterday. And you can bank. Problem tracking the bank. So you can start to have a health of this is my passion.
Good people are always being
Required everywhere. So does here.
Very quickly, you will not take more than 2-3 minutes.
You missed out.
Just introduce what was the purpose of your study and then we cover the objectives and the research methodology. So, right, so you're a student here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this semester,
Second semester.
second semester BBA and BA.
BBA Digital Marketing.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
So this presentation is about banking transformation through adoption of metaverse in Indian context. The abstract of this presentation was the banking sector integrates new tech for improved services, success relies on customer motivation for adoption. Study focuses on factors influencing Indian bank customers, adoption of metaverse due to adoption in banking sector. Paper aims to explore how metaverse adoption fosters customers' technology and drive engagement in Indian banking sector. Objective. Study objective. Analyze metaverse role in building customer technology, trust, and engagement in banking in India. Potential perception change. Metaverse as Internet's next evolution for immersive experiences. Design environment. Facilitates transition between physical and virtual encounters.
The objectives you have.
Oh, yes, ma'am. This is theoretical background and hypothesis formulation. Origin and definition. Metaverse coined from Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash blending meta, virtual, and verse, universe. Virtual environment, three-dimensional space for replicating real-world interactions. Avatars, users engage via self-created digital representations. Technologies, fusion of AR, HMDs, LOT, AR cloud, AI, and spatial technologies. Immersive experience, persistent digital environment for mixed reality interactions. Customer value, key to success lies in understanding customer and business perspective. Suspension of disbelief. Customer and business must accept synthetic elements as valid. 4 hypotheses formulated were Hypothesis 1. Enterprise value of metaverse as a positive influence on technology, trust towards banking service. Hypothesis 2. Customer value of metaverse influence on technology, trust towards banking service. Hypothesis 3. Social value of metaverse has a positive influence on technology, trust towards banking service. Hypothesis 4. Technology trust has a positive influence on customer engagement towards banking service. Methodology, two-phase approach. The study involved a two-phase approach starting with focus groups to understand metaverse understanding and value dimensions, followed by modification of scales for the second phase with a new sample in emerging country context. Survey design. Multiple items measured were utilized to access hypothesized components adapted from previous research on metaverse banking. The final questionnaire comprised 40 questions across 5 sections covering perceptions, customer value, enterprise value, social value, technology trust, and participation. Likert sales and demographics. Responses were rated on a 7-point Likert scale with demographic questions included to gather information such as age, gender, and transaction preferences, ensuring comprehensive data collection. Sample, confidentiality and privacy. Client's information confidentiality was maintained throughout the survey process with assurance provided to all participants regarding their privacy. Recruitment and incentives. Total 1,100 customers were invited to participate in the survey via email with assurances extended regarding privacy to incentivize participation. All respondents received a free lunch coupon upon completion of web-based survey. Data collection and response rate. Following best practices to minimize social desirability bias, 538 timely responses were collected, of which 420 were deemed complete and included in model testing. The response rate achieved was 38%. Data analysis and results. Data assessment. The study began assessing the normalcy of the variables, followed by confirmatory factor analysis, CFA, to evaluate psychometric qualities and validity, like validity and reliability, model fit and validity. The CFA results indicated that the model fit and data were supported by various fit indices such as NFI, CFI, TLI, RMSEA, and SRMR. Additionally, all constructs showed adequate convergent validity with estimated average variance extracted values exceeding the required level. Discriminant validity. Examination of heterotrait monotrait ratio criteria relationship revealed that HTMT values were below 0.85, confirming the presence of discriminant validity. Overall, the scale employed in the study demonstrated validity and reliability. Test of hypothesis. To test hypothesis H1 to H4 using AMOS 25, we employed structural equations modeling SEM with maximum likelihood estimation, customer value, enterprise value, and social value, exogenous variables, and customer engagement. The SEM models fit indices showed that the model was satisfactory fitted. We then went on to examine the study's hypothesis. We looked the estimates, and those that were reported as statistically significant included the customer value on technology trust and social value on technology trust. Since it did, H1, H2, and H3 were supported. The impact of technological trust on customer engagement was then examined and found to be statistically significant. Therefore, it supports H4. According to the findings, customer value has a statistically significant indirect effect on customer engagement through technology trust.
Can we skip to your conclusion?
Okay, sir. So this brings us to the conclusion. The study's finding confirmed the research model depicted in figure 1, as well as theories regarding the connections between customer value, enterprise value, social value, technology trust, and customer engagement with regard to India's metaverse banking. These results were in line with earlier research, as shown as significant estimates of the value of trust and trust on the engagement of the metaverse. The extended TAM model in metaverse settings, including different value as antecedents explaining how value influences trust and behavior towards banking. It also has several significant directions for academics and practitioners.
What was your sampling technique, ma'am is asking? Lunch.
Ma'am, the people who were included in these surveys were the employees of the banks and the common people. Ma'am, the survey was filled up by the professionals. So, like the employees of the.
Based on that, my question is that only that in your statistics, your sample size is showing 420. And when I see in your model, degree of freedom was 589. How is it possible that degree of freedom can be exceeding the sample size? There is some.
I hope you noted down all the whatever ma'am and Sarah saying. No, you noted down all these questions, right? Nice. See, whatever sir and ma'am are saying, these are relevant question, beta. No issue at all. But only thing is that you note it down and rework on your work. right? But right. So whatever, man, too big. Whatever suggestion they are saying, you remember that and please note it down. Give them pen and paper. Second.
Yeah. Yeah. So come to your objective, please. Just for objective. You have three objectives, no? And based on the conclusion, could you justify the objectives? Have you achieved them or not?
Okay, okay, sir.
This objective you have opposite objective.
Hmm.
So once you completed your are you able to achieve this objective?
And how did you identify these objectives? The first is study objective, second is a potential perception change, and that one, the decision environment.
So the paper was basically about the role of metaverse in the banking sector and how it can revolutionize it. So I guess the first objective is
Your name?
Harshita Sood.
And I think I have the paper where the authors are Anamika Singh, Achal Luthra, and Seema Garg.
Yes, sir. I'm just the presenter.
You are presenting them on
Yes.
behalf. Okay. She's just a presenter for the paper. Okay, so just note down these things, na? Okay,
Yes.
just note down these things and just pass your message.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Which you have not even, I think, gone through before it. Yeah.
She is genuine and she really work hard, but they are making mistakes.
But then if the feedback should go, if not understand anything, we will.
She will not. That is what I said.
Please just go ahead with the next paper, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the presentation. Moving on to the next presentation, we have paper ID 54 and the paper name is A Study on Drone Delivery Services as Business Prospects in India. So, and the paper author are Dr. Yogesh Chandra and Dr. Ajay Kumar. Are you guys present? I'm repeating the names, Dr. Yogesh Chandra, Dr. Ajay Kumar Jain. Are you guys present? Since they are not present, moving on to the next ID. Paper ID 65 and the paper name is Control the Malicious Code in Infected Computer Network under Isolation and Quarantine Defense Strategy. And the paper name is Subhashri Ram and Prasann Kumar Nayak. Are you guys present? Subhashri Ram and Prasann Kumar Nayak, are you guys present? Since they are also not present, moving on to the next paper ID, we have paper ID 92, paper name, A Qualitative Investigation of Contemporary Leadership Models for Sustainable Business in Times of Crisis. Authors are Sonakshi Gupta, Abid Hussain.
Yes, I'm present.
Yeah.
So I'll be sharing my.
Share your screen and you may start your presentation. You just have 5 minutes due to the time constraint.
Sure. Is my screen visible? Please confirm.
Screen is visible. Please directly come to the objectives and conclusion.
So good afternoon, session chairs. My topic is qualitative investigation of contemporary leadership model for sustainable businesses in times of crisis. Moving on to the contemporary leadership models, which was the objective of my study, to analyze the different contemporary leadership models in the field of leadership. We have identified different contemporary leadership models that were related to our study, such as caritative leadership, empowering, responsible leadership, authentic leadership, ethical leadership, adaptive leadership, and empathetic leadership. Through a secondary analysis, we had identified that these very leaderships could be related to the uncertain times, and these very leaderships can help different leaders to adopt different styles in order to cater to the uncertain demands of the market and environment. So, talking about the methodology, we had adopted a secondary analysis of the contemporary leadership model by using the search terms such as leadership style, leadership model, measurement scales, uncertain times, and in the second phase, we could do a content analysis of the articles which could identified from the various databases. Talking about the journal search, we exclusively searched these very journals for our study. These were the prominent journals in the research field of leadership. So, talking about the content analysis, which I could just bring out few of the content analysis of the studies which were related to the different leadership styles that were identified in our study, that was related to caritative leadership, empowering leadership, responsible leadership, authentic leadership, and ethical leadership. So, different measurement scales were identified in order to quantify these very leadership styles that can be adopted by the leaders. So, results and discussion. Through this study, we were able to analyze that there are different leadership models that help in combating the crisis, especially if we talk about the COVID-19 pandemic. During that time, various leaders had adopted different styles. So these very styles could be related to the different leaders of the businesses and political leaders as well. So, bringing people to new normal, empowering leaders were more prominent. Talking about responsible leaders, also, they were ethically sound. And authentic leadership also helped leaders to combat the different uncertain situations. Adaptive leaders could adjust to the different situations and could de escalate the impact of different uncertain times. And empathetic leaders uplifted the plight of the people, followers. So, talking about the implications, since this is merely a qualitative study, so this study can basically help the business leaders to identify that how many different styles of leadership are there, and therefore how they can use a mix of leadership styles in order to uplift the plight of the employees in the organization, in order to motivate the employees in the organization. And talking about the second phase of our research, which talked about the measurement scales, so this study can further be extended to quantify the measures of the dimensions. This can study can also be used by educational leaders too, as these all leadership model styles are quite teachable in classroom as well. So it can also provide a roadmap to policymakers in order to understand that how at various position of administration to these leadership styles can contribute a lot. So, talking about the future research, since this research gap, we identified that how different leadership styles could be related to the different situations. So, we found out very few studies, almost insignificant amount of data related to the linkage between the two things. So, quantitative studies can also contribute a lot, empirically testing all these leadership styles in the different business environment in different areas, such as education, policy making, also can help this research to give a new perspective. Thank you.
Sonakshi, could you please come to your methodology page?
Yes, sir.
So your idea is just
Sorry,
this part here.
sorry, sir, I could not get your point.
Your idea is just a conceptual idea, or you have used any type of analysis here? You are saying the second phase, a comprehensive content analysis of leadership model was conducted. So which type of analysis you have conducted?
Basically, this was a conceptual review. After that, we from reading various papers from the Scopus database, we could identify using the search terms various papers that were related to leadership model, leadership styles. Then we used crisis management term also. But anyhow, after reading the various abstracts from the different papers, we could identify that these were just the terms that were being used. Actual the implication part of the leadership styles in the crisis management was lacking in various papers. So, talking about my content analysis, which I have presented in this slide, it talks about the different styles that are being used and what are the quantitative measures, how we can measure these very styles, and how this can help to combat the uncertain situations exclusively in the business environment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the presentation. Now, paper ID 78, evaluation and identification of critical success factors for Delhi NCR construction projects by Prabal Singh.
Good afternoon, panel members. This is Prabal Singh. Can you please confirm, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please share your screen. Yes,
Is it visible?
yes, sir, your screen is visible. You can start your presentation, and the time limit is of 5 minutes due to time constraints. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So I'll try to wind up as soon as possible. This is Prabal Singh, and today we're going to discuss about the evaluation and identification of critical success factors for Delhi NCR construction project. So the layout for today's presentation will be this. First, we have the introduction, then need, scope, aim, objective, research methodology, criteria, questionnaire, response, analysis, and then the result. So basically, if I talk, sorry, sir.
Please come to your objective.
Yeah, sure.
Skip the introduction part and
Yes, sure, sir. So basically the need, the scope. So here are the objectives of my research. First is identification of critical success factors that are based on Delhi NCR construction projects. Then measure the importance level of each factor using a statistical tool, which I'll discuss later, and then preparing an interdependency criteria between the identified criteria and their adoption, focusing on the important critical success factors. So as you can see on the screen, this is the methodology, research methodology that I'm going to use, aim, objective. Then the secondary research is there, which is literature review. As per the literature reviews, I have identified some criteria, which are the most recurring criteria. Based on those criteria, a questionnaire was prepared where the primary research comes in. Sorry, sir. Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Then a statistical tool called D-metal is used, and based on that, the analysis is done. This is the basically literature review. I have took a snip of it. Next, these are those 10 most recurring criteria in the research paper which I have studied. As you can see, the budget, finance.
How did you find criteria?
Sir, I'm not able to get your
How did you identify these areas?
Yes, sir. So these areas were identified on the research paper. I have taken research paper past decade papers which I could find, and the number of recurring criteria which they have talked about. As you can see, the estimated budget and funding, all the papers I have considered 14 papers in my duration. All the paper talked about this one factor. Then planning and control, 13 paper were talking about planning and control. Then clear definition of scope, 9 paper were talking about, like, these factors were most reoccurring in those all the literatures.
Now,
so based on that,
conclusion, please jump to your conclusion.
Yeah, sure, sir. So based on this criteria, I have prepared a matrix, and the industry experts were asked to fill this matrix, which is the pairwise comparison, and a D-metal tool. So this is their response on the same. Now there's a tool called D-metal tool, decision making trial and evaluation laboratory. This helps in three folds. First, it will help to rank those criteria. Then it will create interdependency and the cause and effect between all those criteria. So as you can see from this slide onwards, the analysis is started. Then the analysis continues where we have a total relationship matrix, and it goes on further. Now, as per the analysis done so far on the responses, as you can see, these are the ranking of criteria. As you can see, like second last bar, top management support was the most important factor among all the factors, and the second most was project manager competencies. So the industry, as per the industry experts response, this was the basic output of the analysis, that it can help in ranking those criteria. Next is the interdependency and interrelationship between the factors. So as for the response and the analysis, we can identify that clearly defined scope and objective has the interconnection with all the other factors like health and safety, quality management, risk management, top management support. And out of these top management support and project management competency are the most important. And further on, the list continues for all the 10 criteria. So this would be the end of my discussion, and these two are the findings. These are the findings which I have found out, the criteria, the analysis, and the result and conclusion. Thank you so much for your time. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your presentation, sir. And now I would like to call next presentation. Paper ID 145, paper name, studying the role of compassion and fostering forgiveness, climate in the workplace, a study of faculty member working in the University of Delhi. Author is Poonam.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me share my screen then. Good evening, everyone. Okay, sir. My name is Poonam. I'm a research scholar at Faculty of Management Study. So the title of my paper is Studying the Role of Compassion in Fostering Forgiveness Climate in the Workplace, a study of the faculty members working in the University of the Delhi. So there is a time limit, so let me talk about my objectives of the study. So first objective is to analyze the importance of organizational compassion in the workplace, and the second one is to understand the role of forgiveness climate within the workplace, and the third one is to examine the association between compassion and forgiveness climate. So the first two objectives I studied with the help of literature review, and for the third one I just run correlation and regression analysis whether to see there is a relationship between organizational compassion and forgiveness climate. Talking about the research methodology, one variable which is my independent variable, that is organizational compassion, and dependent variable is workplace forgiveness climate. I have used a structured questionnaire to collect the information from the university teachers, and that was based on convenience sampling. If I talk about the research instruments, so to measure the organizational compassion, I have used Neer-Dutton questionnaire. It had 13 items, and for forgiveness climate, I have used the questionnaire or the instrument given by Cox in their study 2008. So data analysis I did with the help of SPSS version 20, and these are my demographic results that talk about the age, gender, and educational level. And if I talk about the reliability statistics, so for organizational compassion, there were 13 items, and the Cronbach alpha for that is 0.804. And for forgiveness climate, there were 10 items, and the alpha value for that is 0.751, which is statistically acceptable. And I calculated the descriptive analysis as well, like mean and standard deviation, to check whether the data is normal or not. And according to that, the mean value and standard deviation was according to the expected result. And then I run that correlation, and according to correlation I found the expected result between the organizational compassion and forgiveness climate, which is 0.512. So that shows there is a positive link between organizational compassion, and forgiveness climate. About the regression analysis, I just got a value of R square, that is 0.184. That means 18.4% of variation in the forgiveness climate can be attributed to the organizational compassion. So there are other factors also that can help the organization to create this forgiveness climate in the workplace. And if I talk about the limitation of the study, so as we can see that my sample size is very limited, and that the study is specifically related to Delhi University teacher. So these are my limitation of the study. And if I talk about the conclusion, so from the study, I figured out that forgiveness climate actually has a very positive impact on the overall organizational effectiveness. So true forgiveness facilitates the retention of valued employees, enhance creativity and innovation. So the organization should work on the factors that can help it to create a kind of climate of forgiveness within the organization. Thank you so much, everyone.
Will you please come to problem number 18? The slide
Sorry,
is
sir.
18.
Which slide, sir?
18. 18. Yeah.
First slide.
18.
18.
Yeah.
This, sir? Regression analysis?
The particular parameters here are R square adjusted R square. Your R
Yes,
square
sir.
is just 1.184. So, conclusion based on this R square value.
Yes, sir.
What is the conclusion based on this R square?
Sir, what I have studied in literature review, that it should be more than 50% if you are talking about a model fit. But though I didn't consider more than one factor, so it's just showing like there is a relationship between these two, but it's not like that only forgiveness climate is going to be get affected by workplace compassion only. There are other factors also.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Next paper ID 137, Healthcare Outcomes in Hospitals, Development of a Conceptual Framework, presented by KC Rajashri,
A. Bhuma Devi, and S. Nitya Priya. Are you guys here? Okay. Paper ID 118. Dr. Namrata Pancholi, Dr. Anchal, Dr. Seema, Dr. Anamika, Dr. Shivani. Okay. Paper ID 149.
Sorry.
Paper ID 149 by Astana Meghna Sharma, Shruti Tripathi, and Jimmy Dekha. Yeah. Are you guys here? Paper ID 149.
Call for next.
Okay. Paper ID 160. Shikal Mavi, Niku Bittan. वो भी नहीं है हो गए सर 169 वो भी कैंसिल थे सर ओके सर लास्ट पेपर आईडी 54 अजीत कुमार दास पेपर आईडी 65 सुभाषिनी राम पेपर आईडी 118 डॉक्टर नम्रता पंचोली पेपर आईडी 137 पीसी राजन श्री पेपर आईडी 149 आस्था आनंद पेपर आईडी 160 शीतल मावी अच्छा So someone who wants to present the paper and haven't found the paper ID, someone there joined online. Yeah, I think जिन्हें देखा is here. इनका पेपर आईडी क्या था? हाँ, पेपर आईडी 149. जिन्हें देखा, are you here, ma'am? Paper ID 149. Influencing sustainable personal care choices. Jimmie ma'am, can you hear me? Sir, it's your call now.